must realize that most of this data, even if it is saved, will not last for a decade. Of course, problem of long-term preservation applies largely to datasets, scientific and gathered in the world. But here, academic archives play a leading role. The task of cultural institutions, I mean memory institutions such as archives, museums, libraries, is to preserve what should be preserved, especially in the field of culture, the testimonies of our time. To keep data forever, they first need to be collected. Hence, it is worth mentioning methods of temporary storage for now, for processing and presentation purposes. In society, there is almost no awareness of the difference in digital storage for now and forever. However, even in the memory institutions, this knowledge is not complete. I hope that the conference, Digital Libraries Storage for Now and Forever, will help us mutually raise awareness of needs, problems, and solutions in this area. For the beginning, I would like to introduce you an expert from the country with a high degree of computerization. Some people joke that E in the Estonia country name is for electronic, like e-business, e-cash, e-commerce, and email. When I have first met Eva Maria Artus, a head of National Collection Preservation Center, she impressed me with the scale and complexity of National Library of Estonia digital assets management and archive system. She has also unique coherency of knowledge, a degree in history and degree in IT. So now it is your turn to be impressed. Eva, stage is yours.
Thank you, Tarek, for the good words. Yes, I will give you a short presentation about the digital archive in Estonia, and I will also... You cannot hear me? No, it's better? Do you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay. I put this mic really, really close.
We have to... I will change the language because maybe...
I will wait a bit. It's good that the other people are hearing. So, is it okay now?
I can confirm that for me, both English and Polish version of audio works. So I think you can continue.
Okay, and you are hearing me, I suppose. Do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, okay. Then I continue. So I will share my presentation and I will put this mode. Okay, now it's fine. About digital library storage and long-term digital preservation in the National Library of Estonia. Tarek made a short introduction, and I can add that I have been working for the National Library of Estonia for 8 years, and we have a quite small team of 8 people who are more or less involved with a new digital archive project. We are renewing our digital archive at the moment, and altogether there are 11 people in our department. And actually my ordinary workday combines the preservation of cultural heritage, and also most of the job is mainly IT. We have stand-up meetings, sprints and sprint planning, and all the project management stuff. Yes. And as I said, we are renewing our digital archive ecosystem. This means that we have lots of ongoing projects at the moment. So the picture of our current digital archive, I have shown it many times to many people. And in the lower part, here you see we have input systems, we have digitization, we have publishers portal through which publishers can give their legal deposit copies and also have standard numbers. We have web archive, Heritrix, Squidwork, YouTube Downloader, Browsertrix, and many softwares that are community-based, and also some catalogs and files that are still waiting to be in a part of a digital archive. The administration part is a bit easier. We have Operator, which is archiving, but it's mainly manual work at the moment, unfortunately. And DocWorks, or with a new name, DocWiz, which is segmentation of articles. The descriptions of objects are in Fedora, both of books, maps, postcards, and so on, and also for articles, which are segmented. They are stored in Fedora, but the web archive is in different server disks. And the objects are in Minio S3. And as you see in the upper part, we have free user interfaces. We have been used to it at the moment, but and also the older or more experienced customers are used to it, but actually it's a problem, and that's what we are about to change. So we have Digar for books, maps, postcards, and periodics, and DIA, which is digitized Estonian articles, for the articles, of course, and Web Archive for websites. So as you see, there are lots of interfaces and lots of systems at the moment, and this picture is simplified. And what we are going to change is like this. We are going to have one new user interface, which would cover all the current three. And for digital preservation, we have Rosetta. We are in transition at the moment. So for the readers or customers, we have our old digital archive, but we are in transition to have the new one. So we are migrating the data at the moment. So it should clarify the picture a lot. About the history, I wouldn't read all of this. I can share my slides later, but the project to have a new digital archive started in 2016. When I joined the National Library, I started to create the vision document, which was a mixture of dreams and also specification what we had back then. And then we did business analysis and lots of business analysis in-house as well, and applied for EU structural funds several times. And 3 years from now, we had a public procurement to have a digital archive software. I will tell you a bit later, why we chose out-of-the-box software. But we made an analysis, and we had 3 digital archive softwares that seemed us that would do the job. One was Exlibris Rosetta, the other was Preservica, and also third one was Libnova, that we saw that would suit for us because they had many customers worldwide, and we assumed that they know the stuff. The beginning of Rosetta implementation project was in September 2021. We had a summer break in 2022. We did a lot of specification work in-house during that summer. And last June, we switched to operational modes, which means that the active project for Ex Libris was ended, but we still continue even now. And last year, most of the workflows worked manually, and we were preparing for data migration into a new digital archive. And last October, the data migration started, and it is still going now. So why did we choose out-of-the-box software? Our current software is at its end of life. It's really hard to repair the things. There is less or no documentation, so the developers have to search what to do and what can be done. For example, in user interfaces, it's really hard to do the changes or even to put on the notification that we have ongoing repair works, for example. And yeah, we had to look into the world, what to do, but to develop by ourselves or just to take this out-of-the-box software. And we thought, we made SWOT analysis and all sorts of analysis that it's less risky than developing by ourselves because there is a fixed price for development. Also, all the digital preservation features are included in out-of-the-box software, format library, pronom, preservation plans, etc. All the updates are included. Of course, yeah, we have to install them by ourselves, but still you get all the updates. There is active community and 100+ users or libraries worldwide which are using the software. And there is more. Actually, there is no experienced developers in Estonia in the field of digital preservation, which means that we, together with the hypothetical development company, would have to do all the schoolwork together. The Estonian state is more and more centralized. We don't have our in-house developers anymore, only IT management. Still, I have some developers, 2.5 developers to be precise, but I will tell a bit later about it. But yeah, we can't do the whole software with two people. And the state strategy is towards efficiency and cost savings. So a bit of numbers in the archive of National Library of Estonia. At the moment, we have a volume of digital archive nearly 1 petabyte or even a bit more. And in Rosetta, we have about 300 terabytes. We are migrating every day. So this data is a bit, I think, a week old, so it can be 300 at the moment. So this 300 terabytes is included already in this 1 petabyte. And monthly, we are archiving 2 or 3 terabytes of data. The files are mostly digitized files are TIFFs and TIFF6. Segmented are JPEG 2000. From publishers, from bigger publishers, we have mainly PDFs, but it can happen that we have really exotic formats, or sometimes just docs or docx's or some CorelDRAW files, and we have seen everything. And our Legal Deposit Act doesn't say the formats that the publishers must give, so we can only recommend, and of course we have written down our recommendations. That's a PDF. But yeah, sometimes we're really struggling with different formats. Metadata is in XML and Web Archive is in Works. The current digital archive that we are going to change is Fedora, MiniOS 3, custom-made archiving interface operator, which includes lots of manual work. For articles and segmenting, we are using DocFish, For Web Archive, we have custom-made interface crawl and archiving with Heritrix, Browsertrix. There are different Squidwork and etc. And all the free user interfaces, as I said, and Publishers Portal. Digitization uses also Kubi for keeping a record of their digitization works. And from digitization to archive, it takes about 5 days. Of course, if it's really difficult, it can take more, but we also offer digitization as a service for private persons, for companies, and it is 5 days. And from Publishers Portal to archive, it takes up to 3 weeks. Of course, there can be as well problems with a record or in archiving or in converting the objects into user interface. But mostly it's 3 weeks. And the new ecosystem which we are obtaining at the moment is we have Ex Libris Rosetta, also Minio S3, but it's not the same Minio as with the current digital archive. And it is managed by the company from private sector. So we have system administration from private sector, and we had a tender for it. Few years ago, we had a public state IT agency, but actually it was hard both for us and for them because our digital archive ecosystem is kind of tricky. We have not no documentation, but not so much documentation as we would want. And the private sector company is more into keeping the client happy. And at the moment, I think our cooperation is really good, and I wouldn't say it's a revolution in Estonia, but it's a kind of new thing to have a private sector company as a partner for system administration. And in-house, we have also a custom-made submission application SUP, which also means soup in Estonia, as you see from logo, it's a soup bowl here. And the SUP coordinates all the migration and puts the data into Rosetta. I will also show the SUP slide later, what the SUP is all about. Rosetta has its own submission application as well, but we decided to make our own because the Rosetta submission application we would have needed to not rebuild, but to do a lot of work having this in our archive. So we decided to have the custom-made solution. And all the workflows integrate with Rosetta via this SUP interface, which is custom-made. So we don't connect Rosetta directly, but via this SUP thing. And in development, we have new DIGAR, which is new IIIF-based user interface, which covers all the current free user interfaces, and new Publishers Portal, which isn't in our department, but still it is highly related with the digital archive. And we keep DocWiz, which is in-house right now, and we keep it with a new digital archive and integrate it with SUP. And also we have a plan to segment all the books as well. At the moment we segment periodicals, but we have plans to do it with monograph as well. So more about facts. In preservation, we use METS format, and Rosetta has its own Rosetta METS. For technical and administrative metadata, Rosetta has its own DNX XML schema, which is based on Premise. We have graphical interface, which is great because with Fedora, we have an old version as well. It's not updated for many years because we are building the new one. We don't have with the current digital archive, so it's a great step forward. And objects are stored in Minio. Cold copy is in a tape in Estonian Broadcasting Company. They have a huge tape robot, and it's good to cooperate with another state or cultural institution. And we, as Tarek asked, do we have any certificate? We don't have it right now. We have thought about Core Trust Seal, but actually at the moment we are migrating and we have no time to obtain it. But I know that some Rosetta users have it, so if we want it in few years' time, it's possible to have it. Unfortunately, no data loss has occurred this far, and keep fingers crossed that it won't happen. And a little bit about this SOUP interface, which is in between of Rosetta and all the other interfaces. So the SOUP takes files from Minio and the metadata from Fedora, and the metadata goes in. And it has scripts inside, and as our developer is calling it, it makes clean data inside SOUP and converts the clean data into Rosetta Mets and then sends it to Rosetta. And the same thing with the new Digar user interface. It's not with the current one. When you click Digar EE in the internet, it's the old one, but with the new one, also SOUP is in between and is creating IIIF-based objects. But yeah, this is still in development at the moment. So SOUP has its own database and it gives numbers to objects and so on. It also controls files, does fixity checks, virus checks, because in Web Archive there can be viruses, and MIME type checks. And it is programmed in Yi2 framework in the PHP language. So we have also problems with moving into Rosetta. It's not also sunny and funny and nice. Of course, we have many problems because we have objects which date back into 2005, 2004, even, if I'm correct. So the current archiving process into current Fedora needs a lot of manual work, and the rules have changed during the years many times, and we have to adjust the scripts which bring the data to Rosetta to this variety of changements during the years. So it's really hard. We are planning to do some works, and then somebody says, oh, I discovered that there are objects that are done like this, so we have to always rethink what we can change and what we can optimize, or maybe there are some objects that we have to migrate later, or always consider how many objects are involved into some problems. If there are only, I don't know, 20 objects, then we can deal with them later. So, of course, data is coming from different sources. They differ a lot. There are lots of monograph periodicals, Web Archive. They are collected differently, and so their metadata is also different. We still are optimistic and plan to end the migration by the end of this year and shut down the old systems in next year. And another problem is with the personnel. We have small team and we have huge learning curve. They don't teach digital preservation in Estonia at the university, so you have to hire people who are really interested in digital preservation, who have some IT skills as well. and then hope that the work will suit them and they will like it. So that's how we are growing our personnel. And yeah, I will tell you a little bit about the new user interface for Digar.ee. In the beginning, we were hoping that the Rosetta out-of-the-box viewers would help us to show the material to the readers as well, but we soon discovered that the viewers, out-of-the-box viewers, are really good to the employees who can maybe who want maybe to check an object inside a system, but to show it publicly, it's not enough because there is no article-based solution. The indexing was 10,000 letters only. So there are several problems. So after considering a bit, we decided that we have to build a new viewer, which would cover all the free, which would enable all archive search, because at the moment you have to search in 3 different user interfaces. And yeah, the user interfaces have their problems as well. Their architecture is outdated and they are not mobile or tablet friendly. If you open Digar.ee in mobile or in tablet, you have huge scroll bars. They aren't responsive. So yeah, you can use it, but you have to be serious fan. Then it's okay. Otherwise, you maybe won't come back. And it's not suitable for impaired users. In the beginning of this year, with our national library, the Library of the Blind was incorporated, and this is really important for us to have all the features that would help impaired or blind users as well. So we decided to implement IIIF in National Library of Estonia. One of my colleagues is involved with it, so I'm using her slides at the moment. But which is good in IIIF, it has modular backend. You can change all the modules if you need. You have open source components. And you can open your collections to the world and enable cross usage of our collections. So there is a bit of technical talk as well, which APIs we are going to use. And yeah, at the moment we are in the beginning of development of the new user interface. So there have been first sprints and we outsourced the development. We have a company, we had a tender, and it is also funded by EU structural funds. So this should be done by the end of this year, and in January next year, in 2025, we are going to do the event and open the new Digar publicly. So it will be really interesting for me as well. The plans for the future are the new Digar, of course. We are also going to renew the SOUP interface. We are in the beginning of analysis of SOUP 2, SOUP version 2, which is integrated also with Rosetta and doing the same things. But there is one extra feature. We want to offer smaller memory institutions a possibility to store their data in our digital archive, because having a digital preservation in-house, it needs a lot of knowledge, lot of stuff, and all these preservation databases. So the Estonian state is really interested that it is also centralization, that we would offer smaller memory institutions a possibility to store the data in our Rosetta, and if they want, they can show it in our Digar. But if they want, it is like a dark archive. They don't have to show it anywhere, and they also can show it in their own viewer if they have one. We have a cooperation project with other memory institutions to digitize printed cultural heritage and store it in the NLE. For example, with the Estonia Literary Museum, with Tartu University Library. So this is also connected with this SOUP2 development. The SOUP2 has actually 3 features: to be in between Rosetta and other in-house systems, to have also to have possibility to obtain the smaller memory institutions material into digital archive, and to transport the other bigger memory institutions material, which are done by mass digitization project, to our digital archive. So it has 3 different aims. And the new publishers portal is also in development. And yeah, as I said, it enables to send us the legal deposit, to have standard numbers, and it's more user friendly than the old one. And of course, we have to do some changes because we are having this SOUP2 and Rosetta to have the JSON from the publisher portal, and to have the objects also via SOUP to Rosetta. So this is the, I don't know how short, but this is the overview I had. So thank you for listening. I hope it wasn't too boring, because it's sometimes really hard to speak about digital preservation in an interesting way. But as you are all the digital preservation people, I hope you had something maybe from the presentation. So thank you all.
Congratulations, that was a great marvelous presentation. There's also one question.
Okay.
We cannot hear the applause because we are online and people that cannot tell. But there's one question. Could you please expand, say more, I understand, on the EU structural funds you applied for? Would you recommend other institutions to do the same when they consider significant changes in their digital preservation architecture?
Yes, I would recommend, because I think in many countries, and in Estonia as well, there isn't so much money in cultural sector. So you have to search for the money if you want to do the projects. And yes, I recommend it to apply, but at least in Estonia, you have to be really strict. You have to keep the dates. If there is a date, of course, you can a bit prolong it, but normally the funding ends at the end of the year. So in November and in December, it's a rush, total rush. And also in Estonia, they really come to control the institutions. If you say that you have the objects in your digital preservation system, they come to control whether you have or whether you don't. And if you don't, you have to pay the money back. So here it is really, really strict. But yeah, of course, I would recommend you have to fill the application, and probably in your country, some ministry is maybe coordinating it. In Estonia, it's the Ministry of Economics, who is the patron of the money. But with Rosetta project, in the end, we didn't use the EU structural funds. We applied, but there were some problems. And in the end, we decided to do it with our own money, but we had some, we had business analysis, which was EU funded, and also publishers portal. New version is EU No, Publishers Portal is not, but New DIGAR is certainly EU funded. So, of course, you can try. It's a lot of work. I recommended to do the application with a team. Otherwise, it would take like a huge amount of time, and it's really hard because you have to explain the goal of the project and how we will reach the goal and what is the expected result. And all the questions are a bit like the same, but from a bit different view. So it's a bit like mind-blowing sometimes. So thank you.
Thank you very much. That's really true. I may say that sometimes we think of well, are we mad that we answer the same questions 3 or 4 times on different focus, on different level? But yes, this is a challenge to do it. Well, it is worth doing. Thank you very much, Eva. It was a great presentation about preservation. That mistake is meaningful. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jana Chrzcinowa. She's a well-trained specialist and works for the institution with great digital preservation experience, that is National Library of Czech Republic. Jana is head of the Department of the Management and Archiving of Digital Documents. Jana, the stage is yours. Do we have Jana?
Good morning. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you. That's sorry, great. I had to switch browsers, so I fell out from presenters. Now it should be okay. I tried to present.
Share the screen. Yes.
Yeah. So.
Yes, we can see it.
Great. So. Thank you for introduction. I will try to present digital library storage and long-time digital preservation in the National Library of the Czech Republic. So the LTP in National Library of the Czech Republic has been in operation since 2012. The first package was saved in October 2012 during the pilot operation, and since 2013 we have been in live operation. The creation of the archive was part of a project called the creation of the National Digital Library, which included the establishment of digitization department and, of course, long-term preservation system. The project was implemented in cooperation with the Moravian Library. Their digitization was integrated into common workflow. And of course, the LTP storage was also established in 2012. The principles of the archives follow OAIS norm, but we do not have any certification yet. But maybe in the future we will try, but not yet. The operation of LTP repository and the assurance of long-time archiving of digital documents are part of the statutory activities of the National Library. That was history, and now the National Library uses an IBM information archive, and the data are saved on LTO5 magnetic tapes in 3 copies. and data distribution is driven by IRODS. The current LTP system consists of an LTP workflow, a transformation module that manages operations with data, and the final LTP storage with its own infrastructure. We have the whole system in-house. The system itself is a commercial custom-made solution by a company named IPSA. The disadvantage is that the system is closed and somewhat black box for us, but a significant advantage is that it's robust and custom-made system, and it's capable of handling thousands of objects. The system itself is responsible for logical and bit-level protection, as well as regular data integrity checks. And LTP workflow can, of course, ingest data, disseminate data, and also includes special modules for data repairs in the meaning of data updates. The content of LTP storage is managed by the Department of Digital Document Management and Archiving, which I'm part of, and is separated from the technical management, which is handled by the digitization and technology section. So it's divided. We manage mostly the content of LTP storage. So currently, we have also almost 400 terabytes. It's here you can see the data growth from last year and this year. It's 2 or 3 terabytes every month. So as of today, we have more than 1 million packages saved, including monographs and periodicals mostly. Each monograph or periodical issue constitutes one package. So it's one monograph or periodical issue and more than 1 million packages. Our system includes digitization from the National Library, also Moravian Library, and also digitizations from institutions that submit data financed by the state grant program. In the future, we would like to expand the types of preserved data from monographs to and periodicals, of course, to ebooks, sound recordings, ISO images. We would also be archiving WebArchive or Manuscriptorium. I will talk about that later. Our packages saved are made according to NDK standards, which provide an exact specification of the ingested data structure. These standards are used nationwide, so not only by the National Library and Moravian Library, but more institutions use this standard by choice. There are some advantages of this, but also disadvantages. The use of such standards, the most advantage is the data are very consistent and validation and acceptance into storage is very easy. Since LTP system is designed for data that follows the standards, there is no need to adjust the data for acceptance, and data management is both comprehensive and straightforward. So it's very easy to ingest this type of data. The main disadvantage, on the other hand, is that any change in standards needs adjustments to both production system and also LTP. And sometimes to follow these complex standards can be quite complicated for smaller institutions. The standard defines technical metadata and uses premise, auto, and mix standards. Archive scans, we use JPEG 2000. and the standards is updated over time, and older versions of packages, for example, may like auto files, which can be problem, of course, for digital library. Description metadata, bibliographic metadata uses METS, MODS, and Dublin Core. Standards in production, transformation occurs from bibliographic records using MARC to MARC XML and then to MODS. Bibliographic metadata include, of course, the title, author, date, date of issuance, and so on, as well as identifiers such as Czech National Bibliography Number, barcode, UID, UNBN, and so on. Here you can see how bibliographic metadata inside the package look like. And here how the archival package look like. So you can see auto files, technical metadata in OCR are contained in one file for each page. There are also some validation reports, checksums, and some creation information files and internal files for our LTP storage. Now I will tell you about digitization workflow. So before the package is stored, there is the whole digitization workflow. It begins with a strategy of digitization, which defines which documents will be scanned. We have different approaches to strategy of digitization. It contains protective digitization, systematic, selective, even destructive digitization, or digitization of special collections, and so on. So there is one document that defines for years what will be digitized. Next step is preparing documents for scanning. Documents need to be collected from depot and checked in digitization registry. That's why we use some identification identifiers later. It's mainly because of this. The digitization registry is used by digitizing institutions to prevent duplications and also serves as a plan for digitization. Sometimes the documents need to be physically prepared for digitization with minor repairs. Then when this is all done, the record is uploaded to digitization workflow. For scanning itself, we use both manual and automatic scanners, and minimum resolution is 300 dpi, and we use lossless TIFF that is migrated later to JPEG 2000. Next step is post-processing, where OCR is created, images cropped, and descriptive, structural, and administrative metadata are created according to NDK standards. There are some manual operations, but most of it's automatic. Then the PSP packages are created and ingested to LTP system. LTP system is separated from digitization workflow with its own ingest module. Once the package is stored, a copy for the digital library is created and uploaded. Now I will talk a little bit about our digital library. We use open source system Cramerius, which was developed, is still developing in cooperation within the National Library, the Moravian Library, and the Library of the Czech Academy of Sciences. The access to digitized data is governed by copyright law, and only 17% of the content can be accessed freely. But the digital library uses also special licenses from authors, and also thanks to special license defined by law, works that are out of commerce can be accessed after login. This makes more than 70% of the content accessible for users from home. To date, we have more than 74 million pages uploaded in our digital library. Here you can see how our digital library look like. It's on website ndk.cz, and this is how detail of one publication look like. So over the years of running the LTP archive, we encountered several problems. Many of them are connected to money, of course. The main issue is the technology is outdated. Some parts still use original hardware or software from 2013, and also LTO tapes are over 10 years old without any migration, and some of them are no longer supported in newer systems we would like to use. Luckily, we did not have experienced any data loss, but only because the tapes are stored in 3 copies. So we lost some data on tapes, but there were also a copy of this tape. So no data loss. Additionally, the tape library causes very slow data manipulation, and any significant data retrieval or repairs take a considerable amount of machine time. So a possible solution is a new disk array, but we don't have it yet. And as I said, all data are without OCR or auto. But all these problems have potential solutions, and thanks to a national recovery plan with help from EU, should be all these problems should be solved and funded this year and next year. So we hope we can upgrade our system, migrate tapes to newer version, also plug in the new disk array and so on. We would also like to use new document types. For this, we need new standards. As I said, we use standards as our preservation policy. So every new document type needs a new standard. And of course, as we are still state and cultural institution, the main problems are, of course, funding and lack of trained staff, mostly in IT. Here you can see how the new OCR look like versus the old one. So this large number of data contains this bad OCR and needs to be repaired. But as we use the tape library, the amount of data would take really large machine time. So we hope for the new disk array to help. But here you can see one of the problems. So in conclusion, many plans for future are in front of us. The most important, as I said, are system upgrades, data migration to new tapes, and also the new disk array. So we could speed the data operations. Also in Czech Republic, we still don't have the legal deposit for electronic documents, but we hope it will be implemented soon. Therefore, we need to prepare for ingesting electronic documents, although there are still many questions around it, such as whether we should strictly ingest only archival PDF-A or ingest any kind of electronic documents. But as I said, we follow standards, so we try to aim to ingest only documents for long-time preservation suitable. We would also like to store new types of content, such as web archive or manuscriptorium, which is another type of digital library. It's for manuscripts and old prints. But the amount of data of web archive is like 2 or 3 times bigger than LTP itself nowadays. So we will see how it will go in the future. Also, the digital library itself need to be upgraded to newer versions, which will bring new possibilities for users, but also requires the migration of millions of pages. So this needs time also. And I believe there will be many new challenges in the future that we don't know about yet. So this was a short introduction of LTP system in National Library of Czech Republic. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. It was a great presentation. Oh, I'm starting to get used to speaking preservation instead of presentation. Well, thank you very much. It covered a very wide area of problems and of sets and workflow, how it is organized and on based on technical side and on the organizational side. And I have one question. You said you are using JPEG 2000 for archival purposes?
Yes, we are using JPEG 2000.
Are you using free codec or a commercial codec for encoding and decoding JPEG 2000?
I'm not sure. I can ask my colleagues from standards department, because we are responsible only for the LTP system. So about codecs, I'm not sure, but I can try to find out and tell you later.
Well, that's interesting, because some years ago we tried to we analyzed the use of the JPEG 2000, but for the time that was then, the open source codec was very slow, enormously slow, that you can't be used. It was useless. It was just for experiments, not for the huge mass production. And the commercial software was very expensive indeed. So we resigned. We are still in TIFFs, but time is changing. Maybe it is time to reanalyze the subject. Well, that is something that we perhaps can discuss later.
We experience many problems. I'm in library around 8 years, but many problems occurred. But I never heard about problem with JPEG 2000, so it goes really well. That's why I even don't know about it, because we don't have any problems.
Yes, if you cannot hear about it, it's good. It works. Well, and it gives few important. It has few important advantages. It is the less. It needs less storage because it is well compressed, and it allows for operations. You don't have to have thumbnails, for example. You can extract thumbnails mathematically from the JPEG 2000. Well. That's great. It's good to hear that you have this experience. We will talk to you after the conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jana. That was a great presentation. And our next presentation is slightly different because it is not from the National Library, but from the University Library, the Vilnius University Library. The presenter will be Njol Klingaite-Dasevicieni, the Director of Heritage Collections and Research Department. And for over 15 years, she has been responsible for cultural heritage activities. And the co-presenter is Gediminas Bernotas. Sorry for pronunciation.
It's okay.
I tried my best. And he is the head of the Documental Heritage Preservation Division of the Vilnius University Library. His main responsibility is managing a team of heritage preservation specialists. The presentation and stage is yours.
So, can you confirm that you see the presentation?
Yes, I can see it, and I can see you both. And
so hello everyone. As we were introduced, we are slightly different. We are not a national library, we are a university library, and it's quite a pressure to speak after two presenters who are presenting big systems, huge systems with a lot of data. And today our presentation will be in two parts, and I will be focusing about, I will be speaking more about the library and our roots, and a little bit about digitization of cultural heritage and how we use the data that we have. And then my colleague Gediminas will speak about infrastructure and the workflow. As I mentioned, as an academic library, we belong to the university community, and a lot of work is done in the university. And we don't belong to the national public library family. We are an academic library, and there are over 40 libraries of our kind in Lithuania. But another part of our life is a state significance library. We have this status because we have a huge cultural heritage. So in all our life, we have this duality. Academical library with students, with public services, and we are hosting the largest heritage collection in Lithuania. And as you can see, we also have two buildings, and we follow the philosophy that 1 + 1 = 1, the same Vilnius University Library. A little bit about our library. I won't read the figures, you can see them on the screen, but we were founded in 1570. That means that we are a little bit older than the university itself, which was founded in 1579. And it was a Jesuit library, so I think you can understand what kind of collections were at the beginning. These were donated to the library by kings and the dukes and noble families. So physical items, the number of physical heritage items is changing because we still acquire some archives or some items to fill our graphical collections. And we also digitize them. So you can see that at the moment we have around 25,000 digital objects in our digital archive. And Gediminas will tell you about how we manage them a little bit more. So it's our own archive. It's not a part of any national archive. Some of the things that we are very proud of, it's the first Lithuanian book, then the first Lithuanian book in Grand Duchy of Lithuania. So these two items are very important to us as they are unique. The Martynas Mažvydas Catechismus is only 2 surviving copies in the world, and Mikalojus Daukša Catechismus is only 1 surviving copy. We also have not a very big, but a very important collection of incunabulas, also collection of cartography, and 17 of positions in the library are enlisted in UNESCO Memory of the World program. So having this kind of heritage and understanding the significance of the objects that we store in our library, so it gives us a lot of responsibility before our community and all Lithuanian people to preserve everything. So here comes digitizing and providing the users the opportunity to see all those objects. So our first encounter with digitization was in 1998, and I will show you a little bit about this. And it was in a comparison with UNESCO Memory of the World program. First encounter with digital preservation was in 2006 via the project Digital Preservation Europe. And then we came back with another project, DigCurve, which was about the skills which were required for specialists of digital preservation and how to provide those skills and how to teach people and what topics should be covered while teaching people. So it was 2011, 2013. It was quite a long time ago, but still valid. This information is still valid. And as I was listening to the presentation of National Library of Czech Republic, I also heard this Manuscriptorium. We were a part of Manuscriptorium and Enrich project in 2007-2009, and I think some of our documents are in your archives in digital storages. We also are a part of national digitization projects. And our national library, I think, as all national libraries in all states of Europe, all countries of Europe, is an aggregator for Europeana. And we participated in several stages of aggregation of cultural content. But it's not obligatory. So we can choose either we want to participate, either we don't. So some of our objects are accessible via Europeana and via National Library, and some of them are accessible via our system at home. So this first, our first digital object, which we created in 1998, it was a CD, and it was the first CD of this kind in Lithuania, and we were very, very proud of that. In 1998, the CD was the best way to store the digital information, and we were very happy. And in the early stage, we created 8 digital products or virtual exhibitions, which are preserved in our website, and you can see them, but they are not working because I don't think that a lot of computers now have a CD possibility to view a CD. So we moved from this to another types of projects, which are now very common. That means that we use our own digital content. We do, as an academic library, we do our own research and then form collections or create advanced metadata. That means we give more description, more content, provide for users who may want to look deeper into the documents. And this type of using the digital content gives us a lot of opportunities. That means some articles can be created, or digital collections can be formed, or virtual exhibitions can be created. So it's a lot of possibilities. And then we moved to this kind of projects, which this project is not related to old objects. It's the 20th century objects, and these things, these documents are on high demand because they are just out of print, and the users want to see them. So we are working on providing copyright and provide access for more than 1,000 documents from our library to the users all over Europe via this project. And then what we are doing with the cultural content, we also joined Google Arts and Culture, and this was quite an experience for us. And I know that other libraries across Europe also use this platform, and it was a huge opportunity. We started just before COVID, that means in the end of 2019, and this is the opportunity to show everyone. It's a platform for digital stories, but also it includes links to our main storage and show our objects which are stored in our library. So far we have 9 stories. You can check them on this platform and see for yourself. But what I wanted to highlight that all these activities are not possible without a good working digital storage and a proper metadata and proper links and all the things which are related to preservation of digital objects themselves. So now I will stop sharing my screen, and I will ask Gediminas to continue the presentation.
Yes, hello. Let me set up. Yeah. Do you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yes, we can see.
Yeah. So I will talk a bit about our workflow and infrastructure. It's well, as my colleague presented, we are one of pioneers in heritage digitization in Lithuania, starting in late 90s. And at the time, there was no ready products for such kind. So we started building everything ourselves, and that became kind of our path, just to constantly improve in small steps on whatever infrastructure we already have. So it's in this case, it's not a recommendation for anyone who is at a square one, who's just starting, but it's just our experience, not a success or a fail story, but things that works for us currently. So this is an overview of our infrastructure. We have a small digitization team. 6 people, and as you saw before, we digitize mostly old special collections from 15th to 19th century, meaning these are quite fragile documents, and so our output is not of a kind of a mass digitization products. All these objects require special care and attention, and we digitize a lot with just cameras and sometimes with scanners as well. And this we do about 100,000 archival images per year, which translates to about 2 terabytes a year. So not a large number, but this is kind of experience of not a national but a smaller library. We put everything to our local archive, and most of the content that we digitize is going also to the digital collections, which most of the content there is public domain, but also we sometimes clear the rights or mark it with some rights. And while uploading to digital collections, we can create PDFs and OCR and attach metadata from our catalog. And we also upload TIFFs to the digital collections as well. They are just with a light compression, so it saves a considerable amount of space as well. And of course, we do backups and long-term storage, which is based on linear tape systems. So I will talk a bit about each of these elements here. So our digitization workflow is this. We make sure, at first, we have to make sure that the object that is intended for the digitization has an online catalog record, and we digitize fully cover to cover. Of course, we do a lot of customer orders. So in case there's just only a few images from the large book, then we decide should we digitize it fully and catalog it, or if it's not in our plan, then we don't keep the files at all. Files are named by the physical numbers ID number, physical documents ID number, so we can connect them with metadata from catalog. Digitization specialists perform their quality check, make necessary corrections if there are missing pages, for example, or image quality problems. So we only do TIFF files, and also we do not convert them while uploading to digital collections. Just only light corrections. And file orders mirrors physical collections, meaning that they are quite similarly in quite similar collections like physical ones. This is our digital collection site, which was developed in-house, but it's based on open source software. So it's in this case it's Drupal 9 based, but we did everything in-house. We use IIIF Image API for 5 years now, I think, and IIIF presentation API is coming, meaning that we will have IIIF manifests in these collections as well. Also, while uploading, we have an opportunity to like a second tier quality check. So we can see if there are any files missing or damaged or incorrect file names, etc. And we also can perform automatic OCR. This is all based on, as I said, on open source. In this case, it's Tesseract engine. And also the PDF is created during the upload as well. This is the example of our ingestion system to digital collections. This is all in Lithuanian. It's only for inside use, of course. But in this case, you can see the text in red shows that there are some problems with file numbers, and there should be more files than there is. So it can show a lot of different kinds of problems that are missed by digitizing staff. And this is when the object is selected for uploading. You can see that this object is from the in Latin, so you can choose the OCR languages, as many as you want, and it's also you can choose if you want a PDF to be created and select the license. Most of the objects are public domain, but sometimes it can be in copyright or something in between, like Creative Commons license, etc. Yeah. And this is our viewer. It's IIIF based. You can then download the images or download PDF. You can see the main metadata from the catalog. And also there's a link directly going to the catalog, and you can see the full metadata of a physical object. So that's it for the digital collections and a bit of our long-term storage. In this case, this is our university infrastructure. They use Commvault software, and we have a local backup server for fast recovery, but we also use LTO tape-based system for long-term storage, and it is in a remote physical location, meaning that the local server, the archival server, and the tapes are in different buildings, and university has campuses all over the city. So in case of flood, fire, or theft, at least one copy should survive. So it's somewhat safe in that regard. So I think that's it from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for attention and listening to us. And I know that we had a question about our plans for the future. It is very now it is very tricky to speak as a library of the university about plans for long-term preservation, because as Gediminas mentioned and stressed, we are part of university infrastructure and IT team. We are lucky that we have in-house IT people who can help us with managing the collections and implementing new features. But still, if university changes course, so we will change it as well. So this is our future. So we are waiting for any decisions or any suggestions from our university. That's the point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a very good presentation. Oh God. I was wondering when you showed the two buildings at
Yes.
two approaches to the preservation and digitization. Well, it shows it is very meaningful that the buildings are quite different in the architecture. One is old, one is modern, and that you connect it together. That is very impressive.
So this philosophy that I mentioned, that 1 + 1 = 1, it was created when the new building was being built. Because this building is a novelty in Lithuania. It's 24/7 operating system itself.
Mm-hmm.
So it's automatic and it has all the system inside and is open for people 24/7. And the old library in the city center in UNESCO heritage site is for heritage more, and for people who work with old books and rare prints and manuscripts. So somehow we had to manage those two parts together, that we still are the same library, just serving two communities together. So it's
Well, and there is a additional fruit from this connection, because looking from the different perspectives gives additional data.
Yes.
Applying
Definitely.
modern analysis techniques and the AI, the buzzword today, perhaps leads to some new research that was unavailable if analyzing by human eyes and human mind this plenty of data. And also AI goes into better OCR of old prints, old handwritings, and so on. So it's again, it brings a lot more of data.
Yes, definitely.
Well, yes. There was a question in a question and answers section, but it was given half an hour ago, so I suppose it was to Jana. I suppose if Jana is still with. So for first, thank you very much again. It was a great presentation. Thank you for joining together, and still connecting. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jana, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
So there's a question from Thomas Maleńczuk. I suppose it is to you, because it was given half an hour ago, so it was at the end of your presentation. Thomas writes, I've been wondering, how often do you check your backups for consistency? You've said you've lost some of the tapes. Is the process fully automatic? Do you have all of your tapes available in some kind of automatic tape library?
Yes, it's exactly so. We have tapes in one copy is online, and every night there is a check around 50 packages or so. It's different every night. So if there is some problem, it's we have to check the tape and recover the data if there is something wrong. But it's automatic, but it doesn't cover all the tapes. Of course, it only checks like 50 packages per night, and every night different ones.
Yes, it would be impossible, I suppose, to check all the cartridges, and it will spoil them. It would damage. It would do damage. 50 packages. The packages, you mean objects?
Yes.
For example, on a single tape or something. There, yeah. So you avoid loading and unloading many tapes just to check if they are correct.
I'm not so sure, because we use this tape library very often, not only for integrity checks, but also there are some data repairs. For example, if something change in catalog, we change it in data. So on daily basis, there are many tapes operated. So it's a bit dangerous, and that's why we hope for the disk array very soon, because the tapes are really, really old, more than 10 years now. So it's a bit risky, but with lack of money, we still operate this system from 2012 this way. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. It was a really interesting addition, and I suppose Thomas Maleńczuk is satisfied. I can compare it to my experience. It is some differences, some similarities. I will talk about it later. Thank you, Jana, very much for joining us again. And now we go to Maldres institution, that is British Library. And Michael Day is Digital Preservation Research and Services Lead in the British Library. I don't dare to say anything more. The stage is yours. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, I hope you can hear me okay.
Yes.
I will share my screen. I have a few slides to show, if I can find the right one. Does this look okay?
I can see it.
Thank you. Okay, well, it's very nice to be here. Thank you for your welcome, Darius. I have the task of talking to you for a short time about the digital storage and long-term preservation approach of the British Library. So I will, first of all, I will start off with a very brief introduction to the library itself and some of its digital collections. And then I will then go on to look at some of our infrastructures for storage and preservation in more detail. And if I have time at the end, I'll talk a bit more about what the team that I'm part of work on as well. So to just to get started, I mean, the British Library, it's a relatively young institution. We're 50 years old. We were established in 1973, but we have a heritage which goes back for many centuries. So one of the libraries we inherited duties from was from the British Museum Libraries, and that was created in the 18th century. So we have a long heritage of collecting materials, and a lot of our collections are very old and very, very historic. We have two main sites. Our sort of main area for the public and reading rooms is in London at St Pancras. And then we also have another site in Yorkshire, a place called Boston Spa, which is where we have increasingly more storage buildings for our physical collections. But we also have reading room facilities there. And I know we're interested in developing our offer to readers in the north of England as well. We are the National Library of the United Kingdom. We are a legal deposit library, which is one of 6 in the UK. So we have the legal right to claim copies of all works that are published in the UK and the Republic of Ireland. As a library, we have internationally significant collections of all sorts of stuff, including manuscripts, rare books, maps, music, corporate personal archives. We are we hold the India Office archives, for example. And we have many historic collections, which is a real privilege to work at an organisation like the British Library. We're also a cultural centre, so we hold exhibitions in our site in London. We hold events, conferences, and we do have a publishing wing as well. So in this presentation, I'm going to mostly focus on our digital collections and what we do with our digital collections. And I suppose the first thing I want to sort of get over to you is how large and complicated they are. Not unique in that sense. I think most master libraries have similar challenges. But I just want to give you a flavour by picking out some of our high-level collection areas. So a large parts of our digital collections are collected through legal deposit. So the UK passed an Act of Parliament enabling legal deposit in 2003, and that became enacted in regulations in 2013. So we have been collecting publications under non-print legal deposit regulations for just over a decade now. So the regulations came into operation in April 2013, and the purpose of it was so that we could do broadly the same our role with digital content, digital publications, as we would do with our previous collecting activities through legal deposit. So at the time, 2013, it talked about the examples of things to collect were websites, blogs, e-journals, and CD-ROMs. So say we don't probably collect so many CD-ROMs nowadays, but the principles apply. One of the conditions of collecting under these regulations that we can only offer content on site to readers at any of the legal deposit libraries. So that's obviously a major restriction on how far we can offer this public access to this collection. In terms of the types of things we collect, so far we've collected e-journals and e-books. There's been a lot of efforts made into that. We also collect geospatial data, and I'll talk slightly a little bit about it in a minute, and music scores. We also collect the UK web domain. So one of the things that the regulations allowed us to do is to do some domain collecting of the UK web. And this is called the UK Web Archive, and the British Library runs this on behalf of all of the other UK legal deposit libraries. And this includes annual capture of the UK domain, web domain, as well as a collecting of selected websites on a more frequent basis. So this, I think, by scale, is one of our largest collections, certainly in terms of the digital. And we collect something in the region of 70 to 100 terabytes of compressed data every year. And we do a domain crawl. We tend to do just one crawl per year. We also have a special collections part of the UK Web Archive, whereby curators and partners of the library and the other legal deposit libraries can select websites that need to be collected, maybe in more detail. So I know there's talk at the moment around a collection related to the UK general election, which was called last week. So that's the type of events or sporting events like Olympic Games and things where we do special collections. And if people have suggestions for websites they think we should be collecting, then they can also let us know. Most of the legal deposit content we provide access through our general library catalogue, but for the web archive we have a separate interface so people can search and get access to that. And as part of legal deposit, we're also thinking about what our responsibilities for the future. So we've been monitoring the sort of how publishing is moving into sort of newish spaces in terms of publishing books as apps, as sort of e-mobile apps or for phones or tablets, in terms of developing web-based interactive narrative type text. So we've been doing some experiments with trying to work out what it means to actually collect these objects. So these are not typically EPUBs or PDFs. These are app-based content, and they're incredibly difficult to conceptually collect. You can often buy them, but you don't actually have any access to them without linking it to a particular device. So we've been looking at these sorts of collections as a sort of research project, which is quite interesting for us. And we sort of determined sort of ways of being able to collect the contextual information about some of these objects where we cannot actually collect the original things. So this is, unlike the Web Archive, this is a very, very small, very targeted collection. But I thought it was interesting to note what we're doing in this, in this regard. This was an example of one of the web-based narratives that we collected or tried to collect, which is a sort of a tablet-based sort of novel, which has a shadow narrative around the background, and it makes changes depending on the weather, the time of day, the weather, and the location where you're reading the book. Some other content we collect under legal deposit is geospatial data sets. So this is quite specialized data. We get an annual capture of some of the topographic layers from our mapping agencies in the UK, which is the Ordnance Survey and Property Services Northern Ireland. We also collect some data sets from commercial publishers under legal deposit. So this gives us a whole new sets of formats to deal with, in GML, which is an XML format for GIS data. Then we have old formats like NTF, a lot of the older data we have is in this obsolete format called NTF, and we also get other types of raster and vector standards from the commercial sector. So all of this stuff needs special rendering abilities, and again, currently we work with a third-party service provider to provide that for all of the UK legal deposit libraries. Moving away from legal deposit, we have for many years collected the sort of personal papers of writers and scientists, music composers, and increasing as time goes on, lots of these archives now contain a digital element, and these often are at least at the moment, on physical media. So most of our collections we are currently collecting in this area have some kind of digital element, be it in this case an Amstrad PCW disk, but it could be a laptop, could be a hard drive. But increasingly, this is becoming an issue for. We have a team that's looking at this, these collections. And so I think the main thing about them is that they're complex. Every collection is different, and you can't have really a easy bespoke ingest workflow for this content. We also have major sound collections. So we are de facto the National Sound Archive for the UK. So some of this stuff we have recordings of music, wildlife, environmental recordings, speech, language, dialect. And we've been collecting sounds for a very long time. We also do a lot of conversion of sound content as well. So we have just finished a very long project funded by the National Lottery Heritage Fund that was really trying to look for analog sound carriers and digitize them over the past few years. We also have historically lots of content which arrived in the library on physical media. So typically speaking, when under legal deposit, the library would have received discs which are attached to magazines or books. So we have lots of this stuff. It's not always been handled in the most consistent way in the past. But we also, as a library, have acquired large amounts of this content over the years. I think we acquire very little of it now, but say 10 to 20 years ago, we were acquiring a lot of material on disk. And we have been looking at ways of providing access to this through our reading room structures. And we have partway into sort of doing explorations with emulation as a service, working in a web browser to provide some kind of access to this content. We also have lots of digitization partnerships and programs. I think I cannot remember when we started doing digitization at the library. It was long before I joined. I guess sometime in the 1990s with our electronic Beowulf project. I think it was one of our earliest projects, which was a collaboration with the University of Kentucky. And I think a lot of our digitization is we don't necessarily do it all ourselves. We have our own digitization studios, and we do a considerable amount of digitization ourselves. And we have a program called Heritage Made Digital, which sort of coordinates all this activity. But the bulk of our digitized content comes from our commercial partnerships with companies like Gale Cengage or Adam Matthew. Examples of the commercial partnerships include the British Newspaper Archive, which is a collaboration with a company called Find My Past, and they have been digitizing millions of pages of newspaper content over the past sort of 10 years or so. We also have arrangements with Google Books and with ProQuest on things like early English books online. Some of those partnerships are more research-based, and then we also have specific partnerships with the National Library of Qatar over digitizing office manuscripts for the Qatar Digital Library. That's been, again, a project that's been running for over a decade. We have a special collaboration looking at Eastern manuscripts, Chinese manuscripts from the Dunhuang period. And we also have a program called the Endangered Archives program, where we provide funding to organizations around the world that have archives that are in danger, that they can provide them with equipment to do digitization, and they would typically provide us with a copy of their digitization, their content as a means of backup. So, I mean, just to summarize a bit, I haven't described all of our digital collections here, but they include many different genres. They include many different file formats. The leading ones would be things like PDF, EPUB, TIFF, JPE 2000. We also have lots of sound content in WAV or BWF format. We have data in CSV. We have the GML stuff for geospatial. And we also have been creating ISO image files from the disks that we have in our own collections. Some content is in packaging formats like METS or WARC for the Web Archive stuff. But I mean, I suppose the thing I want to get over just how that these collections are big and they're complicated. So just to go on, just to talk a little bit about our preservation approaches at the library. So I think we've been doing preservation for quite some time. It's embedded in our current strategy. So digital collections are part of our role as being the custodian of our collections. So it's been part of our core understanding as an organisation for some time. I think that we are a organisation that does digital preservation. In terms of the amounts that we receive, I think there's very much depends on the collection. So our largest collections are things like the UK Web Archive, which we initiate the collecting ourselves through browsers, through tools like Heritrix, etc. But then we also have non-print legal deposit collections. Large parts of that will be automated ingest, whereby the publisher will provide access to, will place a content in an area where we can collect it from, and then all the processing is done automatically. So basically we ingest content without any monitoring, not without any monitoring, with some monitoring, but it's all done automatically, and then we manage by exception. So those collections are growing sort of daily, normally in normal times. And then, so then collections like our digitized newspapers, we have millions of pages of newspapers, but we don't provide access to that at the moment. We just take the copies of the images and put them in our digital library system, which I'll talk about a bit in a minute. So typically our processes are certainly for non-print legal deposit, they are automated, optimized for large scale processing, and basically that means that publishers provide metadata and content, and then we then take that and push it through into our catalogue. And it's our library catalogue that's been our main access to our legal deposit content. The ideal for the library is for all collections be stored in our preservation repository, preferably from the time it enters the library. The reality is doesn't always match that, but that's still our ambition. And as I've said before, we have many different types of content files and packaging. In terms of our own storage and repository sort of infrastructures, it's based on the principle that content is stored in more than one place. And so our current system, which is a homegrown system, which was first developed over a decade ago, it's called the Digital Library System, and that was built around having 4 storage nodes. So the two of the library sites in London and Boston Spa, but also the National Library of Scotland in Edinburgh and the National Library of Wales in Aberystwyth would also have storage modes. And the idea is that the content would be stored in 4 places simultaneously, and there would be a certain level of checking between those stores, so that there's a sort of constant integrity checks going on. And then the other legal deposit libraries would have access nodes. So those are mostly university partners who would not store content, but would get access to the stores in other places. We started a project where we were migrating to a commercial product a few years ago, and we were midway through that process when the library unfortunately suffered a large-scale cyber attack last October. So a lot of what I've been describing today has been basically paused for the last few months while we reinstate our services. But for the first time, that the implementation of a new system did incorporate some level of cloud-based storage. So I think we'd I think we dropped the idea of storing everything in four locations simultaneously. It's very expensive in terms of in terms of the environmental costs as well as the physical, the financial costs. But we did in that model incorporate a storage node based on a cloud provider. As I said before, our ideal has been to have all content in our digital preservation repository, but it's not always in reality worked out that everything has found its way into it just through historical chance. So we have developed a tool called the Minimum Preservation Tool, which is just designed as an interim solution with relatively limited functionality, so that we can store content in a slightly safer place than we can with just sticking it on a network drive somewhere. So this is a system that's based on basically 2 nodes and is read-only, so collection owners can copy content to this system, but there's no pathway to discovery and access until that content is migrated to our preservation repository. And the idea is it's based on having more than one copy, and then there's also regular integrity checks using checksums between the 2 sites. We also have some content still stored on network drives or NAS. We have, I think, as I mentioned before, we have some content still stored on media, on mostly disks. And we also have something called the British Library Research Repository, but that's mostly for our own external output. So if we write papers or have data sets, we can make them available through that. But as I say, it's a sort of slightly separate system, but I thought I'd mention it here. As I said before, the cyber attack last October has made pretty much all of this infrastructure subject to change. So, I mean, our intention is for services to resume in a timely manner, but I can make no guarantees that they will be based on the same technologies as they were in the past. So that's a very, very big caveat for all the things I'm saying today. Just to finish off, I just want to say a few words about the team I work in. The library is a very large organisation. It has around about 1,400 members of staff. Our team, we are currently, I think we have eight members of staff. So we're relatively small. We're a bit smaller than this picture was taken a few years ago. So we're a relatively small team within a large organisation. So we have to work very closely with the people who are responsible for collections, but also the technology team who look after our infrastructure. So we are sort of, in a way, one of several groups that provide a join between the technology side and the curatorial side of the library's operations. We also have a separate team looking at digital scholarship who deal with all of the sort of outreach, trying to encourage use of the collections again. So that's not something that my team's been, particularly involved in until now. Things that we've been doing as a team is trying to work out exactly, what our collections are, who's responsible for them, where they're stored, doing risk assessments at sort of collection level. When I joined the library about 10 years ago, there was not a huge amount of information about all of this. So we had to develop some sort of document infrastructure to try to understand our collections better, try to collect the implicit information that people hold in their heads and stuff, and try to compile some documents on our collections and where they were and what they are, what they represent, and what our preservation intent for those are. We also developed over time some risk file format assessments, looking at particularly file format. So this is plugging into a wider global set of activities looking at file formats, which the Library of Congress and National Archives in the US spent a lot of time on. We also do respond to questions from collection owners in the library, but also from readers. And we do get feedback from the the other legal deposit libraries when people have problems getting with the renderings of objects through the legal deposit system. So we do sometimes have to explore some of those issues. Example being that publishers started using EPUB 3 as to deliver some of their content at some point, and our readers and our reading rooms do not handle EPUB 3 with fixed layout very well. So it's something we had to explore and work out whether there are any solutions to that. We also have an interest in preservation planning, so this is thinking beyond sort of the usual scope of a commercial digital preservation product, but really thinking about what information do we need to be able to think about collections in the long term, think about whether we need to be doing preservation through migration strategies and things. That's really just trying to monitor the landscape, monitor what formats we have, what formats are out there, and really developing some services around this. So we have a project called the Integrated Preservation Suite that's looking into that. I mentioned the minimum preservation tool. Again, that's one of the services that we've been providing to the rest of the library. So I have talked about it before. Our team also have been doing most of the imaging of digital content on media, so from floppy disks, CDs, etc. So we've had a program running for about 7 years, just really going through our collections, extracting the media, and then creating disk images, ISO disk images of that content. We still haven't solved the access side to this issue yet, but again, it's something we've been doing to try to stabilize the content what we know we have. We don't have certification per se, but we have used certification frameworks to do self-assessments of our own institutional capability. So a little while ago, we did a self-assessment using ISO 16363. But more recently, we switched to using Core Trust Seal just as a occasional sort of evaluation of where we are with regards to that. But it's a very light touch to internal. The one external assessment we did was the Digital Curation Centre a few years ago the Digital Preservation Coalition did a assessment of our non-print legal deposit capability a few years ago. That was on behalf of the other legal deposit libraries. So we don't think we will seek certification in any sense, but we will use the frameworks out there to help work out where our gaps are in our provision. We also do work a lot with external partners. I've mentioned a lot of our work with the other UK legal deposit libraries, but we're an integral part of the UK's academic system. We can get grants from research councils in the UK. But we also work through the Digital Preservation Coalition. We've been a long time member of that, and the Open Preservation Foundation. And then our Web Archiving colleagues are also very heavily involved with the International Internet Preservation Consortium. So it's something that we recommend. And I think that's my final slide. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Michael. It was a huge amount of data. I am happy that it has been recorded, because I couldn't follow and smash in all the knowledge that you've presented into my head. I will repeat it many times to gain the idea of everything you said about. Well, that was very fruitful. Thank you. Well, it's amount of data that is I'm smashed a bit, but at the beginning you said about that it is modern, relatively young library, and again it is very old library, because it has had the heritage of many libraries dating for centuries ago. A problem that is shown sometimes for and being spoken about by speakers from many institutions and ours too, is that the style, the rules of cataloging have been changing all the time. And in the case that you have the heritage of so many institutions dating for so long, it might have been huge differences in cataloging style, and that, of course, means the source for the data for digital library. Do you have you done cataloging again, or you have been doing, or have you done any conversion, or do you have consistency, or do you work with inconsistent data somehow? What is how is that problem overcame on your place?
It very much depends on the collection and the circumstances. So when we do digitalization projects, one of the things we consider is the status of the metadata. So in some cases, as part of the digitalization project, we will do an improved, enhanced version of the metadata in one of our systems. It's almost a prerequisite if we're going to make things available through our catalogs. So where we do that as part of our digitalization programs, that's part of our approvals process. We have to sort of tick a box if somebody's applying to do digitalization, saying the metadata will need redoing, and the commercial partners will invest in improving metadata in some cases, at least because they'll need metadata for their own purposes. I mean, a good example is newspaper metadata, where we often only for our catalogs only have very, very high level title level information, and often that's it, maybe a list of holdings, and that's obviously insufficient to provide access for newspapers. So the commercial partners will extract what metadata we have, extend it to the rest of the collection, add the OCR content, etc., and that's stuff that packaged up and gets back to us. So it does depend a bit on the collection. There are some collections where we actually have to take different approaches. So a good example was something called the Lord Chamberlain's Plays project. So we collected lots of, well, we didn't collect them, but the government department in the past collected playbills for theatre performances through 19th century and before. And these are ephemera, and they were all pasted into effectively scrapbooks, guard books, and then they came to us into our collections sometime probably in the 20th century. And these have no metadata apart from like a volume. The volume will have a title that says playbills from East of England, and some dates. And so what we did with those, when we digitized them as part of that project, we had the idea of using crowdsourcing. So we used a crowdsourcing platform. We extracted the images, put them on the crowdsourcing platform, and encouraged the public to come along to extract data of the names of plays, the location of theatre, and this can work quite well. I mean, it's not descriptive metadata in a traditional sense, but it provides another means of providing access to things. And we also experimenting a lot now with OCR engines, AI, all sorts of things going on in our digital scholarship team, looking at this type of stuff. So it's difficult to give you a single answer because it really depends on the collections. But yes, it's a significant issue for us.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much. It's good that you've mentioned the crowdsourcing. So from time to time, there appears an experimental project with that, and I understand that it was rather positive feedback from people that were doing this work. And this data from people to people, yes, because it is, as you said, it is not maybe quite academically correct metadata, but it is useful for people. What is the purpose? The usage. So that's great. And another reflection on and thought that I in general think about what you said, that so many things depends on the collection. Is the approach to what the collection means, because it perhaps it comes from the point that the library was created, and I'm curious what will the Torbjörn say, because as far as I know, he has also many collections, and in our case, the collections are subdivisions of our main store, and they are all let's say, in the same order, in the same metadata set, and so on. We just want to take some subject, and we create the subset of the main storage and main catalog, and we'll call it collection. And from yours and some many other also points of view, the collection is already appeared in some systems, and now you have to apply a special treatment to this collection because you're trying to unify it in the search and so on. Pardon me. So it is a very meaningful difference in some attitude of the libraries towards their collections, but it is just thought that not everybody is the same way. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much a lot. Indeed, it was a great presentation. I will stay with that presentation. Thank you very much. And now we have something strange, I must say. It is the panel discussion, but not typical panel discussion. I just had an idea, maybe this is mad idea, and I want to get to know about if it is mad or not from you. That's why, sorry. I want to ask you about this, but sorry for my software is doing me something strange. Okay, so the idea for emergency database, a data house, emergency because it is not for filling all the needs that you have with the data house, and what about all the storage and long-term preservation we are talking about. It is just idea of a data house in case of huge emergency. So there is a contradiction. Cultural institutions, especially memory institutions like museums, libraries, archives, have a really huge digital sets, hundreds of bytes, sometimes hundreds of petabytes, like a big bank. And at the same moment, cultural institutions do not have such a huge money like bank. And even if they do, for example, applying to EU-funded projects, it's for short term. So this generates a problem. Long-term preservation costs some money, and it costs it for long term. And again, long-term preservation project should not fail if the local disaster happens. That may be financial disaster or just a fire, or as we can see, even the war. Though some years ago we couldn't expect it. But there's happy coincidence in the world because there is a lot of memory institutions across all the world. And they have a very similar aim, to store their data for long. And they differ in geographical location and the final source. So maybe there's an idea of peer-to-peer storage and to propose just thinking loud basic rules. You give an amount of your storage capacity to others, and you gain half of that amount of storage capacity from the others. And every data you put into this storage is stored in 2 locations different in longitude and latitude, and of course, and the finance source. And this is the consequence of this. The data should be small, because nobody will give a lot of his data costing much money to others. But if it is a small amount, why not? So high, for example, lossy compression should be applied, or strong selection. You know, for the doomsday, you may select what is more important and what is less important. And maybe a lossy compression is not so bad in that, from that point of view. Of course, the software is to be developed to do it, but it is relatively simple. We have a heritage of torrent protocols and so on. So it would be relatively easy to do. And of course, institutions from different countries, that's free, but it should be much more, should involve. And my question is to all of the presenters, not to give a declaration that you will take part in it, or you are analyzing it and you say it is correct or incorrect. What is your first thought? Will it work? Will institutions involve? How do you think? What do you feel about it? Will this improve safety? Maybe not, then it is worthless. Then I would like to ask all of the presenters for short reflection of this. Maybe I'll ask each of you, because I don't know if everybody is still online. Eva Maria Artus, are you with us?
Yes.
What do you think about it? No, it is awful of me to ask such a question, but just what do you think?
I think it's a really interesting idea, and it could be really useful. Yeah.
Do you think it gets some safety, some more safety?
Yeah, definitely it does. But I think maybe there is a possibility that nobody wants to store their data in Estonia, and everybody would rush somewhere far from Russia.
not so far.
I don't know.
Well,
but yeah, actually, it's a good idea. And I know that Estonia is storing some of the really important data for the state abroad. But the cultural data is not considered so important. I mean, the really important data is like real estate data, or maybe some bank data, but not cultural data at the moment. We are working towards it to put the cultural data also somewhere abroad, maybe in some different continent even. But yeah, at the moment we don't store cultural data abroad.
That was
Rosetta storage is in a different country, but it's not so far away.
Oh, yeah. That's what you say is what was the inspiration for that? Because you know the government has its all importance, looking what is important. Thank you.
Yeah. I can add that, for example, we have e-land registry, and the original is in this information system. The original is not the paper which is printed out. So if you print out the paper, it's copy. And I know that those kind of data is stored somewhere. So yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jana, do you have some thoughts about it?
Yes, it's a really interesting idea, because actually we are in a position not with other state, but with other library. We share infrastructure with Moravian Library, and we change data. So it's kind of similar, but within the Czech Republic. And it can be also a bit dangerous if the other institution that would ingest our data would not follow the same policy. as we are, and every time there have to be someone responsible for the data, and I think this could work only if we would speak the same language, not same language like Czech language, but same language like same policy for the data store. But yeah, it's an interesting idea, and I have to say that the cooperation with Moravian Library saved our data. So yeah, it's a really interesting idea, and it could work.
Thank you. Thank you, Jana. Nyol, could you say something?
Yes, I'm not so excited about this idea. I should say, because maybe it's not the same, but in Lithuania for a couple of years we have a discussion with the leaders in National Library, and I know that they have now implementing this project. It's a national cloud for cultural heritage. Because our state already has a national cloud for finances and administration, and so on. But now we are creating and in the process of creating this national cloud. And here comes all the problems, because in Lithuania we have this net of public libraries administrated by National Library, and then the network of academic libraries. And we follow different standards, and we use different systems for libraries. And then museums also have their own way of describing and creating metadata. And when it comes to audiovisual formats, because they want to incorporate a huge amount of data from National Television Archive and National Audio Archive. So to combine everything in one place and store, and because it's the differences between formats, between files, between sizes, and to combine everything in one place, even in one state, it's an issue. Yes, very difficult. And as far as I know, academic libraries and Vilnius University Library, we are not participating in this, even though we have the highest amount of cultural heritage objects, because it's very tricky to describe this. There are differences in policies, differences in metadata creation, differences in responsibility for the data and storage. So I'm not so fancy of this idea. This is my just point of view.
That's great. I wanted to hear also critics, not only people who agree, but it creates a discussion, which is always gaining some new information. Thank you, Nyol. Michael, would you like to add something from your perspective?
I'm going to say we do some of this already. If you consider the United Kingdom as four separate countries, but I exaggerate slightly. I think the real problem will be governance and finance, and so I think there's lots of potential human errors that could go wrong in arrangements like this, or else they'd have to be very, very tight legal agreements. But I think thinking about our collections, our legal deposit collections, I think we would be restricted by our legislation from holding offshoring that content to another jurisdiction. And I know that has come up in discussions when we talk about cloud provision and where we can store things in cloud, and because obviously there are cost differences depending on where your cloud storage is hosted. So I know that has come up in those discussions. So I think that's potentially one limitation. I think with digitalized content that has no associated rights issues, so public domain content, to some extent it's something we do, but we don't really work with other institutions in the cultural heritage sector. But we do, for example, some of our still images, we'll make them available through services like Flickr or effectively, I think, maybe Google Commons and things like Wikimedia Commons sort of approaches. I know these are not working with the cultural heritage organizations, but we do try to make public domain content available in more than one place. So it's not, our experience obviously at the moment is that, the more resilience you get more resilience if you do have duplicates of your content elsewhere, especially if it's being managed in a different way to how you're doing it yourself. That provides quite a lot of benefits, but I think the major challenge is governance, and those things are very hard to fix in my experience.
We can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for mentioning the other places we can and should put data in resulting in, for first, more security for it, and second, more usage of it, like Wikimedia or so on. Is there maybe Serhi with us, or Maya? Or maybe Christina or Torbjörn would like to add something? But these are presenters from the second part of our conversation, and so perhaps they are waiting to prepare their presentation. So that was a very information that you gave. The feedback from you was very important for me. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. And now we will have a break. I suppose we'll have a break until for 20 minutes from now. So it will be 12:45 when we start the next presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you for great presentations.
Thank you.
See you in 20 minutes. Hello again. I hope everybody refreshed himself, took some looking at far distant places to accommodate the eyes from looking in focus on the screen, and have some thoughts about what we've heard. And now we have continuation. Serhiy Dotsenko is a highly qualified IT specialist, and now he is a director of IT at Yaroslav Mudry National Library of Ukraine, and also incorporated in National Digital Library for Ukraine project. And he will tell us about both ideas, both the library of Yaroslav Mudry and the new project. Serhiy, are you with us? I can see you have microphone muted. You need permissions. Well, you are a presenter now. Cannot you? You cannot present. Oh, there's some technical problem after the break. I can see here he left the meeting. No, let me talk to Serhiy offline. Okay, Serhii, now you are a presenter. Oh, great. Some effort was worth doing it.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, and I can see your screen. Okay, so again, in front of our screens, Serhii Dotsenko, an IT specialist and a director of IT at Yaroslav Mudry National Library of Ukraine. The floor is yours.
Hi, hello everybody. It's really glad to see you all and to be a part of this conference. And can you see my screen? I'm not sure because I moved to a new platform.
Yes, we can see it.
For the Mac platform, so it's quite new for me, and that's why I had a small technical problems.
We can see.
Great. Again, I'm really glad to be a part of this conference, and for sure I wouldn't catch it up myself, and I'm really thanks to Darek to invite me and to the National Library of Poland. So my presentation will be today for two parts. One very short for the library and our activity regarding the digitization processes and projects we have in our library. And the second one is will be regarding the project I'm involved, the project of National Digital Library of Ukraine. So I will start. First of all, I would like to mention that we have 9 national libraries in Ukraine. This is a fact, and my library is not the biggest one. The next presenter, Yuri Kovtanyuk, will be from the Vernadsky National Library, which is usually referred as the National Library of Ukraine because it's the biggest library in Ukraine, for sure. But also we have some other libraries, they are named and they do have activity as a national libraries. It's a book chamber, it's a regional national libraries in Lviv and Odessa, and some thematic national libraries like historical, medical, agricultural, children libraries. My library was more than 150 years ago founded, and that was a really small library, and I would say regional library. That was a Kyiv library. That was 2 librarians and less than 1,000 items in the library. Today we have a status of national library, which we were the first, or among the first libraries we get this status. We have 2 buildings and more than 400 librarians, and the fund is about 5 million items in the library, and for sure we have a legal deposit we receive a legal deposit items. We are main library in the structure of Ministry of Culture, and we do play the role of methodical and coordinational role for the regional and public libraries around the country. And we are responsible about the statistic gathering and publishing the statistic of all public libraries, more than 11,000 public libraries. More than 10 years, soon it will be 15 years of establishing a digital library culture of Ukraine. But that was a more or less small project because in the beginning that was 2 or 3 flat scanners And just 5 years ago, we got entry-level ATIS scanner. It's more planetarium, more or less professional entry-level scanner. And for the digital library culture of Ukraine, we've developed the digital assets management system. It's not a huge system. It's just a front end and back end to store the data. And for all this period, we've scanned about 13,000 documents. Actually, it's not only us. About 15-20% of it's books from the other national libraries and from the public libraries that scan the materials and deliver to us. And about 2 million pages were achieved to scan during this period. Just last year, and that was, I have to admit, that was a mistake. We didn't save the master copies of files. And just last year, when I entered the library, we started collecting them. And that's why we have just less than 10 terabytes space for this collection, and actually we have a speed of about 200 gigabytes monthly. So it's for the 1 year we've achieved about 4 or 5 terabytes speed with these facilities we have. Current issues or mistake, one of them I already mentioned was that we didn't save the master copies at TIFF files, which we do now. And we still have a lack of almost everything, lack of infrastructure. We had a lack of knowledge. We had and still have a lack of resources, especially financial resources. Everybody say they have a lack of them, but for Ukraine, this is a really matter of this word, of this meaning. We don't have a digital preservation solution, and we just have a backup only approach. We save our backups. We still don't have tapes, and we just make copies on other hard drives, not tapes so far. And we currently, it's a well-known fact that we have a war with Russia. And that was actually a trigger for our project, which I mentioned on the beginning. We have started preparing National Digital Library of Ukraine project. And this is, I really would like to say thanks to everybody, all the libraries that, how to say, opened for us with the assistance of help, of storing data, etc. And we are thankful for Suture project, which opened the door for saving backup on the cloud. But now I would like to say some words about National Digital Library. That is still a project. We've spent 1 year. And it was started by Ministry of Culture, UNESCO, and Ukrainian Library Association to create a model and concept for the National Digital Library. We've established a working group, more than 20 members of more than 20 libraries, and not only libraries, but also museums and university libraries. And you see the book chamber. and as well as archive. We started working, and as a result of this model, sorry to say, it should be one more slide. Yeah. Yes, we've started our work as a research of current situation in Ukraine, and as well as experience from the board from the mostly European countries. And we had a physical visits to National Library of Poland, National Library of Latvia, Germany, and British Library. And we also had an online meeting with the Estonian National Library. For all these libraries, we are really appreciate for their assistance, help, for their openness, and sharing their experience and materials with us. Also, I had a internship in National Library of France, and I just came less than 1 month ago. I returned, and I spent there 1 month, and that was also a great experience to be inside the library and see their work there. So as a result, we've developed the concept of model of National Digital Library, and also we created the roadmap and the calculated rough budget for our project. This is a general model. You can see, and for sure, the subject of a topic of this conference is a long-term preservation, and it's you see it's on the center of this model, and it's a huge part or central part, I would say, for saving our heritage and saving and preserving our digital resources. We do understand the work. Also, we understand the role of the central catalog, the necessity, or almost necessary, still debating and still this considering necessity of repository, and as well as discovery and presentation portals, and the importance of using the modern approaches like IIIF to build up. And for sure, the building up the infrastructure for data centers, physically or geographically distanced from each other, and as well as to consider the cloud storage for the safety, for the backups, and for the preservation facilities, or how to say. And for sure, we do want to start from the most important, most valuable things like manuscripts and etc. But also keep in mind the new approaches, and more or less, it's not actually new. It's for Ukraine new, like web archive, for e-publishing, legal deposits, digital burn materials to be ingested and to be preserved and saved as a cultural heritage. So main features for our project, it should be centralized. Still, we have some discussion even inside the group, but more or less we do understand that with the lack of finance and consider or taking into consider that we almost start from the scratch, this centralized model will be more how to say optimal for our work and for our project. That should be a single platform, but for all partners, like multi-tenancy, where it depends, it can be a single entry point for searching materials, but also it should be possible to present the local partners like other library, that to make possible any library to present their collection in their way. So it should be just a platform and possibility to create the portals for each player who will want. We need to give them such possibility. It should be scalable. It should be with open architecture, and for sure it should be done with a major products independent. If there is open source products, we are ready to use it. But if the private companies will introduce us a better solution, we will use them. And this is a model how to administer this project. It should be a council. There should be an owner. Most probably, this is for sure, it's a state, but with a Minister of Culture or any other agency, they will give the rights to be owner. And with administration from almost every libraries to administer this project. We created a quite detailed roadmap for all our steps. And again, this is a result of all experience we received from different our partners, national libraries, those I already mentioned. A quick numbers of our project. We should start we're supposed to start from the core of the project, but now we have a discussion maybe to make it even more sub-course of the project. So we planned to start from 20 institution. Now it's a matter of financing, and we do plan for 5 years to scan 1 or 2 million items. We had a nice example from the National Library of Poland. They digitized 1 million items, not the pages, items, the titles, for 3 years. So I believe that it's a quite workable amount of for our project. Despite we do need a lot of time and a lot of efforts to study, and I do feel like I'm a student at the end of first year studying, understanding more or less a general picture, but for sure I'm just a first year student and some years ahead for studying. So the plans we in the library, in my library, it's revising and repacking the procedures of the digitization process, and very interesting topics I saw in many libraries. It's a web archiving and digitally born materials to collect and to preserve and to make available for our readers. This is shortly about my library and the project we've spent 1 year for working, and still we continue to work and looking for ways to implement our model and concept in real life. Thank you for possibility to present it here.
Thank you very much, He. It was great. It is good to know that you're planning with such a detail and such a professional attitude to gain the experience from others is the best possible solution in real life. We would like all our children to learn on our mistakes, not to create their own. Sometimes it's unavoidable, but it's good to use somebody's others' experience. It's the best way one should work and fulfill. I will just check if there's any question. There is a question, but I suppose it is a question to the British Library. So we'll go with this question and with question from Michaela. We'll go to the question and answer session. And as far as I see, there's no question to you. So thank you very much for the presentation. And now I would like to invite Yuri Kovtaniuk, who is the scientific researcher and the author of many scientific publications, over 120 scientific works as a co-author and author of 35 monographs, and now a Director General for Research at Vernadsky National Library of Ukraine. And I would like Serhii, you to assist if you are so nice about it. So Yuri and Serhii, the floor is yours. I can see Yuri is a presenter, so he should share the screen. Yuri, you should use the button near to the button of microphone to share the screen.
Юрій, ви з нами? Включіть мікрофон, камеру, і поруч з ними є поділитись екраном, і там можна буде вибрати екран, який презентувати. Юрій?
Yuri has still you have still Microsoft microphone switched off, but you are the presenter. You can share the content with us.
Алло. 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 Алло.
Maya, are you eventually ready to connect? I add you to the presenters. Maya, I have changed you to the presenters. Would you be so? Is it possible that you would present now? in case we have problem with Yuri. I cannot hear Maya. Maya has left the meeting, so perhaps she's not ready. Oh, there's Torbjörn. Torbjörn. Yes, you are raising hand.
Sure.
Let's see. Can you hear me?
Maybe we would change a bit the order of the presentation. If I understand well your intention, Torbjörn, you're ready to present.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes. Hi, this is Torbjörn. I am ready if I need to be.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. I hope that in the meantime we will try to connect Yuri to be a presenter. So now we will have Torbjörn Pedersen. He's the product lead for the digital preservation at National Library of Norway. With a huge experience in image archiving and both analog and digital preservation, and also with digital image metadata. So thank you for earlier start, and the floor is yours.
Let's see if I can just hit the play button. There, can you see? Oh, this is probably the wrong screen.
Yes, yes, we can see. But this is the presentation screen. Now it's correct.
Yes. Yeah, hang on 2 seconds.
Again, because perhaps you have two monitors and you have to use the sharing.
Let's see. This is better, perhaps.
Yes, now it's great. Thank you. So I am switching off.
Yeah. So my name is Torbjörn Pedersen. I'm the product lead for the digital preservation team at the National Library of Norway. I'm a relatively new addition to the team. I joined just before Christmas last year. I have, as Darius mentioned, a background in moving image archiving and used to be the coordinator for moving image preservation here at the library. A little heads up, I'm not a technologist, so I can only talk somewhat superficially on our technology stack, but I'll try to get through it anyways. So my plan was to talk a bit about how we have been doing digital preservation in the past, how we are doing it now, and what we are hoping to do in the near future. In essence, it's basically how we have moved from thinking of it as doing digital storage to doing digital preservation. So first of all, I could give you some context as to where I'm coming from. As I mentioned, I'm from the National Library of Norway. We are almost 600 employees. We're spread over 2 locations. Our outward-facing operations are located in Oslo, while we also have a location much further north in Mo i Rana, which is where I am located, along with the rest of the digital preservation team. The organization is governed by the Legal Deposit Act, which basically states we are responsible for collecting, preserving, and making available all content that is published in Norway. In addition to all the material that has come in as deposits after the Legal Deposit Act was introduced, we have large historical collections across all media types. When I say all content, I basically talk about 5 main categories. We have large amounts of text materials, that is books, newspapers, manuscripts, monographies, special archives, etc. We have large amounts of images, that is photographies, posters, print materials, and so on. We're also the National AV Archive, so we have a lot of moving images. We have a substantial nitrate collection, for example, a lot of film, video, and broadcast television. For audio, we have all the published music, we have lots of sound recordings, and all the broadcast radio. The fifth category is all the digitally born materials that basically do not fit into the other categories. Here we are doing large-scale web harvesting of all Norwegian domains. We're still not doing any concerted efforts regarding video games or software and so on, but I assume we will get on with that in the near future. So to start off, we have done digitization for a long time. We have done it since around the year 2000 and the late 90s. We did a relatively large-scale digitization at the time, mostly photographies, audio, and radio, and it would form the basis for what was to come from 2006 and onwards. At the time, we did basic bit storage with backups. We had 2 instances of data loss in this period. One in 2004 when a tape-to-disk migration failed. We lost 84 files. Those were later redigitized as we still had the analog materials available. In the year 2000, there was another much larger incident of data loss where we lost 17,000 images due to a human error. That was 3/4 of our yearly production at the time. Luckily, all those images were of relatively low quality and were candidates for redigitization. So those files were lost, but new and better files were made from the analog originals. So in 2006, something happens. The current national librarian had a sort of a new mantra, which was that if it's not online, it doesn't exist for the general public. Furthermore, there was a belief that analog objects wear out when they're accessed, while the digital objects don't. And that basically led to a new policy where we would digitize the entirety of our analog collections for preservation and, of course, access. What that meant was that we started a process of mass digitization for all media types. We established what we like to call production lines. And when I talk about production, that is basically anything that creates data in the National Library. It's a term we use quite often. What that meant was that we basically hired a lot of people. We bought a lot of equipment, and we automated everything we could automate to get a high throughput. So over time, we have created a lot of different production lines. At the moment, there are more than 30 active production lines digitizing and handling digitally deposited materials of different kinds. And in the same period, born digital material has been deposited with a gradual increase in the volumes deposited. So at the same time as we started this, we wanted a better storage policy. We wanted to implement the 3-to-1 storage. Basically, we would have 3 instances of all files. We wanted those instances to be spread over 2 technologies, and we wanted 1 copy at an offsite location. The technologies we chose were spinning disk and tape, and the offsite location was never fully implemented. It is at a different location, but it's not actually offsite, but we are hoping to change that now. We also bought a bit repository to do this. We purchased a system called SAMFS, originally developed by Sun Microsystems. It was later rebranded to Oracle HSM. It ran on Solaris, had file-based storage, and it allowed for a usage of different disk and tape technologies. So we had no vendor lock-in. There's a list of different systems we have used here. In general, this system has served us very, very well. We have had no known data loss since 2007. We had an instance of damaged files during the initial implementation in 2007, where we had 57 damaged files. But as we had 2 other instances, those could be restored. In general, this mass digitization period or policy has been very effective, at least in terms of creating data. We now hold around 16 petabytes in 3 instances, and we have more than 2 billion files. Moving images holds the majority of the data volume. Film scans are large, but the majority of the text files, majority of the files are text files. There are a lot of pages in all those books. In addition, I can mention that we also have access copies outside of the preservation environment that are not counted here, and that is around 700 terabytes in 2 instances, with the current growth of 1 terabyte per day. So for access, this has been a huge success. You can now look at all the digitized materials online. You can browse 4.5 million newspapers, 640,000 books, 340,000 journals. They're all OCR'd and indexed and so on, and also act as a great machine learning corpus. It also allows me to do n-gram searches of our text collection. Here is a search I did for the terms digitization and digital preservation in our newspapers. It's an interesting curve. We were slightly ahead of the curve when we started doing mass digitization. The rest of Norway and the newspapers caught up in 2015. But what's interesting here is there is no curve for digital preservation, and that is sort of the situation at the National Library as well. We have done it, but the big effort has been on creating the data, not on preserving it. So in this period from 2006 until 2022, we faced a lot of challenges. We are a traditional hierarchical organization where decisions float upwards. It's not necessarily an effective way of making decisions. We have a lot of different stakeholders for these media types and specialist departments. For example, if you were to ask me, who are in charge of music at National Library, I could not give you a simple answer. It's, I think, around 6 sections spread over 3 departments. And everyone have different ambitions for music material. Furthermore, IT was in a sort of squeezed position. We have a lot of in-house developers, actually around 70 people, I think, today. But we were solving problems in a sort of ad hoc manner. The IT personnel were organized into teams and would move from project to project. For example, if a new digitization production line was to be set up, a team would start working on that, create a finished solution, and move on. The next time that production line were to be changed, a different team would start working on it. So there was no continuity in what tasks which teams worked on. A lot of context switching and so on. It's not an effective way of doing development, and it caused a lot of issues in managing this, all these automated flows. Furthermore, all these challenges also applied to digital preservation, as digital preservation has been viewed as a pure IT problem. We have had a sort of store and forget mentality towards our files, and I guess that part of the reason is that SANFS has been so good at what it does. We have had no issues with storing and forgetting it, but storing is, of course, not preserving. After the files were stored, people basically moved on with little plans on how to sort of follow up and manage these files over time. So the responsibility for digital preservation was basically spread out over all IT teams working with production and storage. And of course, when responsibility is shared with everyone, it means no one actually has that responsibility. The results were a lack of consistency in how we did things. A significant amount of files lack checksums. I think it's around 1/3 of all the files we have created, specifically from the first 4 to 5 years of production. Not all of our data objects had metadata in their packages, and not all of them had metadata anywhere at all. So nothing in catalogs or anything, it's just files in storage. Furthermore, the data packages were not standardized. Some have METS files, some have other kinds of METS files, some do not have METS files, some are packaged in TARs, some are not, and so on. We had no overall knowledge about what was stored in the system. A lot of people knew what they had contributed to storing, but no one could get a complete overview. Furthermore, we had limited knowledge about how that data was used. A lot of people knew some aspects of it, but no one had a complete overview. So what they were basically doing was doing long-time storage, but not digital preservation. Then in 2022, there is a big change in how our IT personnel is organized. We have a new IT director, and he introduces the concept of product orientation in the organization. Instead of moving between products almost at random, teams would be dedicated to specific products. For example, the moving image media type and digitization of it is a product. So we would create a product team to handle all the moving image digital solutions. These teams would be autonomous and interdisciplinary, which means they were no longer pure IT teams. We would include people from the various specialist departments to help making priorities and build better solutions. Furthermore, the teams would set their own day-to-day priorities to work in an effective manner, and they would answer to product owner groups that would set the direction for the teams. This is sort of how it looks. Teams providing services for other teams, some teams providing platforms for other teams. And the cool thing in this drawing is, of course, that digital preservation is established as both a product in the National Library and as a team. This is a different view of the same drawing. The digital preservation team was established in 2022. They were autonomous, but not perhaps fully interdisciplinary until I joined as an interdisciplinary alibi in late 2023. But then again, the team is slightly different. It is still, the product owner is the IT director. So it's we're our own domain experts, where the moving image team has domain experts in the specialist media departments. We are more self-contained. What this team enabled us to do was to have a sort of defined scope of responsibility for, or defined set of people to work with digital preservation full time. And it would also, the responsibilities were defined. So the digital preservation team would have responsibility where preservation starts. We would not create any data, we would not digitize materials. We step into action the moment a file has appeared and needs to be preserved for posterity. We assure that those files will and their content will last forever. So in this way, we are providing a service to these production line teams. Furthermore, I should mention that we are primarily an internal service. This preservation service we offer to the production teams. We're quite far within the organization. End users do not talk to us. They go through other IT solutions. And all of this enabled us to start working systematically with digital preservation. The digital preservation product is basically split in two. As I mentioned, we would be the domain experts for digital preservation in the organization, responsible for attaining that expertise and spreading awareness of digital preservation to the wider organization. The other product is the DPS, or the Digital Preservation Services, which is a software developed by the team. I will get back to that a bit later. And we're responsible for developing and operating it. So if we continue down the domain expertise part and defining scope, we started by defining a digital preservation strategy, which is published on our new blog and policy document platform. There's a link at the top here. We defined we had to set a strategy for the organization to know what we were supposed to do. We wanted to define digital preservation as something that ensures the protection of and meaningful access to national digital cultural heritage for current and future generations. The goals would be that digital content should be received using efficient and automated solutions, building on the success of the mass digitization policy. We wanted digital content to be protected against unintended access, alteration, loss, or damage. We wanted to have a better overview of what was being preserved, its provenance, its condition, and what has been done to it. Finally, we wanted digitally preserved content to be accessible for dissemination now. We should not be a sort of cold storage where everything that goes into our vaults are inaccessible. This is the short version. The full document can be found at the link at the top here. Similarly, we also established a set of digital preservation principles, which basically states how digital preservation is to be done here at the National Library and how to fulfill that strategy. It's also available on our blog platform. We wanted to ensure that digital preservation is done in a sustainable way. For example, do not keep files you do not intend to preserve for eternity. There's a cost to it. Pick formats that are sustainable, both in file size and in support. I want to use well-documented and open file formats wherever possible. I know file format obsolescence has been the sort of bugbear in terms of digital preservation. In our experience with digitized materials, if you pick good formats right away, you do not need to migrate them. Good formats last a long time. We want to preserve the original file. Any file format migration are associated with some risk. So even though we migrate it to a new format, we will keep the original in case something goes wrong. We want to analyze the files that is to be preserved. Are these files what they say they are? Does the extension match the content? Want to maintain sufficient metadata to ensure that the files are identifiable and retrievable in the future. I guess we're sort of the paranoid branch of the National Library. We want our packages to be self-explanatory, even though all the surrounding infrastructure or systems are gone. We want to use a standardized format to package files for preservation. We want to standardize the documentation of our preservation activities. We will use Premise for this. And we want files to be readable and understandable in the present. This is, of course, if files are not readable and understandable now, we assume they will not be so in the future either. So if we have files we don't understand or are able to read now, we should make an effort to be able to read and understand them now. And finally, we want to ensure that our files are stored in multiple instances and different storage technologies and in different geographical locations, the 3-2-1 policy that I mentioned previously. We've had, I mentioned one example where we used other instances to back up them or to restore damaged files. We've also had instances where the two different technologies have saved us. For example, Nexan, one of the disk system suppliers, recalled 2 disk systems we had purchased and filled with 2.5 petabytes of data. At one point, we were, however, able to keep everything available from tape in the meantime while we re-archived it to new disks. Similarly, we had an issue when we started using LTO-8 tapes. We had a delivery of 200 low-quality tapes. That's 2.8 petabytes of data that were troublesome, and we had no downtime for our end users due to our disk copy. So having this strategy and principles, we established a roadmap 2 years at a time, or going 2 years into the future. So we have one for 2024, 2025. We have a monthly delivery plan that is more specific on how to reach the points in the roadmap. We plan the parts of the monthly delivery plan with epics in our Jira board, and we have day-to-day tasks in a Kanban board. The idea here is that to work systematically with digital preservation, you should be able to draw the common thread from the strategy down to the day-to-day tasks. You should see how you are fulfilling the strategy in the day-to-day work. We are doing other things to build this domain expertise also. We try to share our experiences and policy documents on our blog. We have also started revising this preferred file format list of formats in use and deposited at the National Library. Revised that just last month. We have a lot of different files, so you can probably go there and look at it. I'll share the link. I'll share my slides with a link at the end. I can mention that in the systems, it's quite hard to get an overview with the current situation, but we have at least 300 plus file extensions in the SAMFS storage system. We are members of the Digital Preservation Coalition. We have used several of their assessment tools to see how we are doing in terms of digital preservation, the DPC-RAM and the DPC-CAT tools. We are members of the DPC Bitlist Council, and we try to be involved in all kinds of national and international community happenings to sort of stay oriented and updated in terms of digital preservation. So apart from this product orientation and establishing this team, a different big change happened approximately at the same time. Our bit repository SAMFS was end of life in 2021, and we needed to replace it. So we had a tender competition in 2021. IBM High Performance Storage System, or HPSS, was selected as its successor, and that system was installed in 2022. HPSS is running Linux. It uses block-based storage. It allows for a mix of different disk and tape technologies. We are using these systems right here. I'm not going to go into detail about them. We picked the system because it supports this 3-to-1 policy. Our disk tape configuration is slightly quirky here. Most of the HPSS installations use only tape. It scales well. It allows for using, there's no vendor lock-in, so it allows us to use the disk systems and tape libraries that we want. It has multi-level checksumming. It does checksums for both files and these blocks of data, which would allow us to move data from tape to tape without actually reading the files. And furthermore, it has a large user community. There are 30 plus clients using HPSS systems worldwide with more than 3 exabytes of data stored. We are one of the smallest installations, but we are slowly climbing the ladder here. So when the system was installed in 2022, all of our production lines were still writing data to SAMFS. And we had to make a decision here. Should we just move all our bits as is from SAMFS into HPSS? Or should we try to use this as a clean slate to do things better, get an overview? We decided to try to do things better. What we wanted to do was to establish a new ingest, preservation, and dissemination methodology according to the digital preservation principles. We evaluated off-the-shelf products in the same period. Our criteria was that it should handle large data volume and our large expected data volume growth. It would need to support automated processes. It would separate preservation and playback in different solutions. We have other playback solutions and do not want to mix those two things together. And we wanted it to be a standardized and open solution. So we surveyed the market, looked at different products and decided that none of these really fit our needs. All of them had challenges with scaling to large data volumes or licensing, often tied to the volumes, running environments that were not incompatible with our existing running environments, or systems that contained functionality that we did not request, such as viewing and playback. So what we decided instead was to build it ourselves. This is the second product I mentioned earlier, DPS, or Digital Preservation Services. It was developed, the first version was developed by the digital preservation team between, the team was created in June 2022 and went live in December 2022. We tried to follow these preservation principles. The first version was basically a unified ingest workflow to HPSS, where all these different production lines could write to SAMFS in different ways. Everything now had to go through the DPS. You can't just write data to HPSS. You have to go through the DPS software to get there. We required checksums for all files and would create checksums. Those checksums are stored in multiple locations in HPSS along with the files, along with every instance in HPSS's database and in the location database of the DPS software. We standardized the format you would deliver data to be preserved in, not yet the package format. The contents are not, the content structure is not standardized yet. And it supports, communicates with the environment in an asynchronous manner, which means we can go offline or others can go offline without everything breaking. And finally, it had an inventory database with information on content type, file types, number of files in the package, location in the bit repository, events regarding ingest, who delivered it, and so on. And this sort of has kept being developed since then. We try to work in an iterative and incremental manner with a sort of an MVP methodology. Instead of building these complete finished systems and moving on, we'd add a little bit at a time. So, for example, in early 2022, we added a dissemination workflow, which allowed you to get data out of HPSS again, or out of the DPS. We added file identification using Droid and Siegfried later in 2022. We added file validation for some formats, and we are still adding new functionality to the DPS. Most of 2023 went then to update all our existing production lines to deliver the new data to DPS instead of SAMFS. It took most of the year. I still think there is one production line remaining, but it has a deadline now in June, so hopefully it will be changed very soon. So DPS is built on a set of different technologies. This is where my technical limitations come into play. I'm not going to talk through all of this, but this is sort of what it's built on. It uses Kafka for the asynchronous communication. It uses Nifi for all the processing of the packages. It uses different kinds of shared storage for transferring the packages in and out now from the production lines to the DPS. And it uses Spring Boot Keycloak for the REST APIs and the messages. So it sort of looks like this at a sort of a high-level drawing. data producers can send us a message that something is to be ingested. It is put on shared storage, and it is processed by the ingest workflow, which extracts a bunch of metadata, which can be looked at in Grafana, among other things, before it stores in AIP. A similar workflow works for everyone who wants data out of the DPS. They send us a message of what they want, and it will be delivered in a similar process. Again, this context diagram of how we are located within the institution looks like this. Again, external end users do not talk directly with us yet. They talk to production teams or consumer teams and send their data through the system. So what then to do with all the data in SAMFS? Even though we have turned all the production lines or reprogrammed them to write data to DPS instead of SAMFS, we still had 14 petabytes of data in SAMFS to move into HPSS. What we decided to do then was to allow to let the people who have or the teams that had produced material in SAMFS fetch their own data, reorganize and restructure it to align with the DPS ingest requirements, and then ingest it as everything else, which meant we would get increased control by extracting all the data in the location database, assuring everything has checksums and so on. It would give us the proper inventories that we had been lacking in SAMFS. And it is sort of one way of handling everything. This is just a screenshot of one of our Grafana statistics dashboards. It allows us to get a lot of detailed statistics of everything being preserved in our bit repository. This is showing various sizes of files being preserved, amount of data, spread over media types, and so on. And it allows us to have a sort of a continuous supervision of our preserved material. All this data will enable us to do proper preservation planning in the long term. Here is a data of the. Here's an image of the data in the DPS or the HPSS system at the moment. We have managed to ingest 4.4 petabytes of data so far, rapidly increasing starting 2024. We are now currently ingesting up towards 50 terabytes into the system per day, and assume that re-archiving from SAMFS will take us 1 to 2 years, depending on how much new data growth we have in the same time period. We also need enough tapes and disk systems to actually fit all this data. The ingest time takes less than 24 hours for both legal deposits and digitized materials. And the digitization period I'm not going to go into because that's not our responsibility, but that will take a varied amount of time depending on the workflow and the complexity of the material being digitized. Here's some more numbers. This is our average daily ingest of new data per month in terabytes. There has been a change here in 2024. It has been quite even over the last 5 years, but this year we are noticing a real change. It is mainly driven by an increased digitization of moving images. We have bought a system that will digitize 350,000 hours of television from SVHS and DVCam, and that has finally started gaining some momentum. We're also increasing the amount of film scans. Furthermore, we are starting to offer digitization of AV materials for the wider cultural heritage sector. So in April, we were ingesting around 7 terabytes per day of new data. This is not the re-archiving data. This graph, however, includes the re-archiving data. The blue material is the data moving from SAMFS into the DPS. is it is a lot, and but we can see also that it is not an even distribution per day. We are prioritizing moving new data into the system over re-archiving. So, for example, on the 16th of March, you can see that it was only new data that was ingested, and I think almost all of that was film scans. So I guess we're nearing the end. I'll talk a bit very shortly about our future plans, what we are going to do in the near future. As I mentioned, we are now working in these small increments instead of building these huge things, launching these greater solutions, finished things at the time. We are just improving them in small iterative versions instead. At the moment, we are working on authentication and authorization in the DPS. We are trying to lock it down. At the moment, we are sort of operating in a security through obscurity principle. The production lines can ask for any material and deliver any material. So everyone who has access to these internal systems are able to get access to everything. We want to implement role-based access so that you only get access to the material you're supposed to have access to. Furthermore, we want to standardize the information package content structure, the logical structure of the packages. We are implementing the e-archiving standards and specifications. This is also a work in progress. We are doing tests now with the re-archiving of a legal deposited radio, where we are moving 1 petabyte of radio broadcasts, restructuring it into these e-archiving standards and specifications before sending it to HPSS. So once we have figured out how to do this standardization, we will probably pull material out again of HPSS, repackage it in the new structure before re-archiving it again. Furthermore, we want to improve the ingest workflow to handle the unpacked files. At the moment, we are sort of dealing with TARs usually, but we want to get control at the file level, not the package level. Some of these digitization lines produce TAR packages, and we do file identification and so on, and we say, yes, it's TAR, but we don't know what's in the package. We want to get that under control, and we are seeing that in relation to the implementation of the e-archiving standards and specifications. And I guess that's it. This is the digital preservation team. Here is some contact info.
Sorry for a short delay, because we are hardly trying to get involved with the rest of the speakers. Well, that's a repository, huge amount of data and very complicated workflow, very complicated structure. Well, I admire that the work that you are taking part in it. This is something huge that we will look with great interest with and trying to learn how to cover such a complicated problems with solutions. I will just look if there's any question already. There is a question from Michaela Beżowa to everybody and I will read it, so having you at the mic. Hello, I have a question for everyone. Do you have, have any tool for conversion from PDF format to the PDF-A format? As Diana mentioned in her presentation, in the Czech Republic, we don't have the Legal Deposit Act for the e-born document yet, but we would like to store PDF-A formats. We know that a lot of publishers publish only PDF format, and we would like to help them with that because of we consider conversion tool. Do you have any experiences with that? sorry with aiming this question for you, but if you don't have ready-made answer, we can just made it later. No. Okay. So this question for the time being is left unsolved. I suppose, yes, there's for sure there's a conversion tool for PDF. If I recollect it well, some years ago we were trying such a tool, but I don't remember the name of the tool. Anyway, Torbjörn, thank you very much. It was a marvelous presentation. Thank you very much. Stay with us as long as you could, as long as you can. Thank you. Now we'll try to make an experimental connection because we have problem in. Pardon me. We have problem with connection. Any of the presenters that still haven't done the presentation. We have a problem that we can see them as participants, but we cannot convert them into presenters, and we will have and even we cannot unmute their mics. So I will try to connect to one person on WhatsApp and check if this is possible to retransmit it through my shared screen. So that will be pretty experimental work. It give us another few seconds or a minute. So now we will have. You have to switch off the loudspeaker at your computer.
So to switch on, maybe I have to put from this on. Now you hear me?
Yeah, it's okay.
It's better.
So now I will start your presentation. You perhaps see it. And I will share the screen. Okay, you can see your presentation.
Yes.
So you can speak now, and I will run your presentation.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt? Because the audio quality is so low that we cannot understand.
Maya, please switch off the speaker at the computer.
Speaker switch. I think it is something also politically inclined, I think. Sorry. Thank you very much for your patience, first of all. And I'm really thankful for this invitation and for this opportunity, especially during these difficult times, because Georgia now has one of the most difficult times. And thank you very much for your understanding. If you hear me really well, I am now presenting the National Parliamentary Library of Georgia. And I am working for the Public Relations and Cultural Program Division, as well as I am curator of Anglo-American Reading Hall. And I am working for the developing of Anglo-American collection, so English-speaking collection. I would present our story, how we created digital library from scratch. I understand very well that after Norwegian presentation, it is not something new, but at least it is a little different story. First of all, I have to tell you that we have introduced many digital libraries, many international digital libraries to our readers. And I personally was involved to set up about 200 different digital libraries in the National Parliamentary Library of Georgia. Of course, they have been also free trials, but my goal was to introduce the possibilities of digital library in Georgia, and that was my goal. And now next, and we have also EBSCO. And so, the National Parliamentary Library of Georgia is the main scientific library of Georgia, preserving printed edition published in Georgia, and important scientific and universal publications and other documents of foreign countries. And it is a main methodological library, and it's a library which gives different recommendations to different libraries in the country. And it was founded in 1846, and it has 6 buildings. It has about 4,000 new readers every year. And the collection is compiled by 4,700,000 materials, and our staff is 445 people. And I wanted to introduce it because Polish Library hosts us, and we have quite a good connection with the Polish Library and Polish community. I have to mention that one of the architects of our library building, which was the first commercial bank in Caucasus, was a Polish architect, Henryk Chlinewski. And his painting is one of the best and distinguished painting in this style, because he studied also Georgian art, and colors are very polished, and therefore it is very distinguished and one of the rare sighting in Georgia. And you see now that with the help of Polish embassy, we have been able to restore this old reading hall. And it was actually during the Soviet time, it was painted by white material, and it was not seen, it was seen as something decadent and impossible, but now it's renovated and you see it. It is just little glimpse in the Soviet time, what they have done with anything what was really, really beautiful. And now we go to the next slide. And the National Parliamentary Library of Georgia began to create digital library in 2007. And it is really interesting that it was the agreement on collaboration between the National Library of Poland and the National Parliamentary Library of Georgia. And it was also, the agreement was concluded in the Palace of the Republic of Poland. And we created the collection of Polish rarities, and also it was our almost first digital collection in foreign language, we can say. And you see here the Polish fairy tales, Polish rarities, and so on. It was a really big project with support of the Polish embassy. Next slide, please. So, before I begin the story how we created a digital library from the scrap, I just have to mention this workflow. We also have the law of Georgia on legal deposit, and every publisher, and we have 80 publishers in Georgia, is obliged to bring at least one book to the National Library. And the workflow is so, as usual, request, also we digitize materials by the request of our readers. So we have priorities, and when the readers ask to digitize something, it is our priority, and we digitize it first. Then, otherwise, we nominate files, which files will be better promoted and more important and very significant, and we digitize them, then we scan, then correct, create metadata, publish, then we edit it once more and promote it in social networks, in media, and in TV, everywhere. It is really interesting that some of our projects are crowdsourcing projects, and they were created by the public, by the support of the public. And for today, we have 4,580,4021 files, 85 terabyte, and 7 terabyte is added monthly. And the room for digitization workflow is a normal working room with sunlight. I added it because I receive many foreign librarians here in our library, and many times they ask why the room is not dark. So I don't know why, but it is a normal working room. We have the best restoration team in the region, I have to mention, in whole Caucasus, but we have only 3 contactless scanners at the moment. So next slide, please. So our first digital library was created in 2012 before it was Greenstone, And in 2004, also we collaborated with IREX, of course, and I think many libraries have joint projects with IREX. And it was a part of a UNESCO project. And it was Anthology of Georgian Classic Literature, aiming to digitize printed publications. The project adopted innovative technology, employed Hawkeye, and it was a greenstone. So this greenstone is used as the greenstone digital library software is really well used in the library, and we created almost 20 new collections from this beginning. And although the working process is so that readers bring PDF files, we collect them, store them, and then we use it in Greenstone. Also, we publish it with the support of Greenstone software. And we have two servers. One server is for publishing. The second server is for storing and for preservation. You know our neighbor, how dangerous we have this political neighbor, and therefore we don't know when all our collections might be destroyed. Therefore, we have two servers, and one is for storing them and for copying them. So, next slide, please. Hopefully, you understand, Paul?
Yes, okay.
So, it is an example of what happened and what we created from the Greenstone. It expanded in the big collection, and it contains also Georgian Civil Society Digital Library. It is about civil education, human rights, law, economic, and everything possible what was not available in the Soviet times, especially human rights. It is quite good library about human rights. And we incorporated Georgian periodicals here too, and created one big archive. This compilation has periodicals from different periods, different time, from different institutions, and also scientific papers too. It was later expanded, and we had a new TV of library. Also, it was one channel of library TV, and we added it too. These editions announced the Georgian public to access historical footage spanning the year 1995 to 2003, providing valuable insights into Georgian recent history. And especially interesting is also, if I can open it. Okay, let it be, save time. Please show the next slide. So there are links, and when it will be published, you can see much more. Can we have a next slide, please?
Yes, I'm looking for my cursor.
Okay.
Where it...
Because I tried the computer here, and I was really ready, but...
Okay, it seems that my computer is now hanging.
But we are used to critical work.
Okay.
Because of our politics. So it is how our international we have international connections, of course, but for the digitization, we connected World Digital Library, and we had agreement with them. But you know that the World Digital Library is now in the Library of Congress collection. We participated in a formal project. It was a European library project, and we digitized about 50 Georgian writer, very famous writer, to make it available for European readers, for immigrants, and so on. If there will be another session, we also renovated and renewed 2,000 libraries in our region, and it was another project. So now let us show next slide. So our next digital project was in cooperation with Smithsonian Institution. You know, it is the world's largest museum complex and research institution. And the framework for joint project is provided by the Memorandum on Collaboration signed in 2007. And we were able to introduce two big dynasties, which were noble dynasties, and created history, Georgian history and Georgian culture. And we still have these web pages and websites, which were created in collaboration with Smithsonian Institution, and they contain very rare materials, photographs, and so on. So if you might be interested how we work with international organizations, so it is one good example of it. And next slide, please.
Yes.
In our Greenstone libraries, the most popular collection are dictionaries. It is dictionaries collections, and we have digitized 43 dictionaries on different subjects, in different languages, about different topics, and it is very, very favored by our readers, actually. It is one of the top asked and used websites. So for additional information, you can address me anytime. But I really know you will have good feedback anytime. Can we show next? So it is how our digital dictionaries are created. It is created in Google Code Archive, and you see here that data is retrieved using the JSON API, and it is a documentation for the Google Code Archive. And you can find documentation when you see Google Code, then you can. Yeah, I suppose you already know it. It is free program, and therefore it is really favored. And next slide. So it is one of our biggest project, and it is how we began to create a very new digital library from scratch. It was the joint project of the mobile provider, Mobile Line, and our library. And why? Because during the Soviet time, many people were repressed, and many photo collections we found many photo collections on the dry bridge, a very favored Sunday market. And many collections were stored and hidden in Georgian families. We began this project to revive their memory and to introduce these unknown heroes to our public. So the team of the library went from village to village, from house to house, with scanners in hand and computers in hand, and scanned almost every family any hidden photo collection. So therefore, it was really precious digital library and very big leap forward, and it had a really big media coverage and public resonance, and almost every citizen participated in this project. It is one of our biggest crowdsourcing projects. We are also and you see here with a pink inscription, that readers could join this mobile provider line and by themselves share their pictures. And they could upload the pictures by themselves. And then this collection, when it was almost 1,000 pictures, this collection was the base for the first digital library, the National Parliamentary Library. Also, I mean this digital new library. And it is called Digital Photo Chronicle. And so we continue this project till today. So next slide, please. Everything is understandable. If not, you can ask any question. And this project won the big prize in 2018. It was a prize for cooperative responsible projects. And it was funded by the European Union and the USAID. And you see here the mobile group working on the project with special technical equipment. And it is stored in the National Library. Thousands of photos have already been digitized. You also looked at the family photo albums and became a participant of the project. And it was really a big success, breakthrough. Now, this photo collection has 905 photo collection, and they are collected by alphabetical order or by subject or by or by everything. You can sort them as you want. Next slide, if it's possible. So, we have another joint project with the insurance company. It was the 30-year jubilee of the first insurance company in Georgia, Aldagi, and they decided with us to create the digital repository of posters. And one of the reasons is that we never had enough money to create anything from the beginning till end by ourselves. Therefore, we needed partnerships and sponsorships. And Aldagi was very happy, this insurance company, to have joint projects with us. And we created really good collection of posters, adverts, social propaganda, healthcare, and everything. And if you will be interested, you can see them in these links later when it will be published. So next slide, if it's. So our digital library is promoted in social networks a lot, and if we discover something very significant or something unknown, or if we just get familiar who was the owner of some archives and who is on the photos, because we are looking for the lost persons too. So we publish them in social network, and it is also crowdsourced when people know the person on the photo or owner or some history visit, they publish it. And you see one of the first painting restorator in Georgia, woman, Mary Michelladze. She was very famous restaurateur. So next, we have also Digital Art Museum, and it was another crowdsourcing project. The team of the National Library went from family to family and collected the digital material for their art collections. You know, many families have really good art collections, paintings or something like this, and we created the wall collection of almost all paintings. Of course, there are some paintings we don't know yet, but when we received the information that some families have good collections, they would like to share it with us, we went with scanner and computer and scanned them and shared it to the public. And it's really interesting that we opened our own Wikipedia. So, because you know that a library is the most reliable information sources, and therefore we decided to create our Wikipedia, BiblioWiki, which would be very reliable, and any sources would be proved, checked, and so on. And so we created this BiblioWiki, and our staff works with Wikipedia too. They volunteer to fill it in this information. But this BiblioWiki is really reliable source for people who like sources like Wikipedia and online resources and so on. So, if next, please. And so you know the past from the photo collection through this poster collection and this Wikipedia and everything. And this is how this path was for creating digital library in Verieli. It was created in 2012, and it is the biggest digital collection in Georgia now. And the flaw is that some of its collections are only available in the library internal network, and some can be subscribed. It is subscribe mode, and it's allowed only for educational and scientific research activities. It's not allowed to print or copy these materials, but sometimes when scientists and researchers need to publish really good article about this or those items, they can receive the confirmation from us, and they can print it this logo of the National Library. Heaven sometimes. Can you open the link, please? This link, if you can open this link. Yeah, because I wanted to show how many collections we have. And we work in this space, and what is good in this space, it supports almost every format. And readers and patrons can send us materials in GPG format, in PNG format, in PDF, in Word document, and everything. And then it has its workflow, and it goes to the online material. So you see now here we have these photo materials. We have also collection of Abkhazian libraries. You know that we lost Abkhazia in the war in 19th with Russia. And these collections which survived, we stored them and created a library. Here are the newspapers, ecological library, the posters, front letters. Front letters was my project personally, because I discovered my grandfather's letters, and it displayed very different social connections, not so Soviet connections, not so brutal relations, and we decided to display these social relations and social networks during the World War through these letters. Maybe because people knew that it might be their last days, they were very friendly in their letters. And most of them are not as Soviet as we think. And next slide, please. So some of the, we already show it. Yeah. And this ape, ape has been working in Georgia since 1999. And with cooperation with ape, she developed a Georgian Integrated Library Information System Consortium. And many libraries, also many main scientific libraries, are member of it. And AIF agreements with publishers also allow authors in Georgia to publish in open access, in hybrid or fully open access journals. And now 60 journals from 20 institutions added to Open Journals G, bringing the total number of journals, say 53 now. And you see here the web pages of our digital repository of academic works, non-scientific works, open access journals, and so on. And, I have to mention that I personally, with the support of IFRA, attended 3 times already to understand what is the internet governance, how the libraries can be connected to internet governance projects, and what is the future of digital libraries. And it was really good experience. We are very thankful for it. And of course, this experience is integrated in our work. So now please, next slide. Sorry for I prepared this because I was going to show it alone, but now you are, yeah. So last year, actually since 2 years, we began, we are not so forward. It is Norwegian libraries, for example, or British library, because we are in this region and we have this kind of politics, as you know now. But anyway, we try to keep this time on, and we created this digital circulation in the Sierra software. And now we try to implement distance services too. And you see here equipment and software and workflow and barcode software, how we create it. So it is very new project. It exists only since 1 year or so. But I hope after 3 years we will have all our collection already digitally accessible. So next. We have this library digital hall, which was opened in 2016 with the support of the bank, Liberty Bank. And we created here digital literacy skills for seniors who didn't know how to use computer. And there was a really big queue of them. And because it was free of charge. I have to mention that all services of the National Parliamentary Library of Georgia is free of charge. On the one side, we are very proud that our services are free of charge because we are a really democratic organization. And during this political polarization, we are the organization where all parties and every segment of society meets for free, and they have also created exhibitions here, presentations, book presentations, contents, and so on. And I'm really glad during this period to work in this organization, which is open and open for the whole society. And since 1997, there was the first internet center in the library, but free wireless we have since 2009. And this digital hall served about 100 readers daily, really, when it first began to operate. And so we are very content that we make some lives colorful and more interesting with these library lessons. And next, sorry for virtual exhibitions. I will talk later about our problems, of course, and we have our problems, and we need also some better experience. But during the pandemic, we decided to begin to create virtual exhibitions, and you see here the first exhibition was about pandemic, of course, and about history of vaccination. Next was about the history of occupation and how we break with it.
Okay. Things happened. Think what's going on.
State symbols.
Sorry, Maya, you haven't been heard for half a minute, for 30 seconds. So could you please repeat, starting with exhibition of virtual exhibition.
Yes, yes. And, yeah, Georgian state symbols and so on. So I don't want to make it tight now. And we can have another, so you can see later if you are interested. Please, no? Can you? Can we have next slide, please? So now it's. I added another presentation flows. What we need. First, we need digital knowledge. And I have to mention that library education level is BA level in Georgia. The most librarians choose it as a second profession. Actually, I was also a journalist, and when I heard that here was new public relation and cultural programming section established, and I began to work at the library. So you see here many people who had one profession and decided to work for the library as a second profession. This is why we don't have a magister anymore yet in librarianship, and especially PhD anymore. Which would be really great to have in the country. Another problem is artificial intelligence, because we really see that Georgian librarians are not ready for artificial intelligence yet. And when we have Russia next to us in neighborhood, we know how we already can imagine how Russia can use this artificial intelligence for its purposes.
Yeah. Again, something's wrong.
It's needed in Georgia. And I would be really happy to establish one course or something like this. But we think how we can create it. And digital literacy. We are working with Communication Commission now to create one general course for senior librarians to improve their digital skills and to introduce new projects and new programs. And what is already created in Western countries, but it's something new for our librarians. We are working in these directions, and we really feel the need of development. And we really would be happy for any kind of collaboration in the future, of course. And I hope we survive this politics now, and we will save open world for the next generation, because open world helps us to save our country and to save our collections too. Thank you very much. I hope I was not too much.
Thank you very much.
Presentations.
Thank you very much, Maya. I will show you to all the viewers. This is you on my mobile. My mobile, that was you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Now I will disconnect from WhatsApp. Once more, I'm grateful for the presentation, and I will switch off the WhatsApp. That was very experimental way of providing presentation. So I will switch off the sharing now. Oh, there was a warning in our region that a catastrophic thunderstorm is coming, and I am hoping that nothing will happen. But okay, so what is the state? We have problems. We have problems with connecting with Yuri, and problem with connecting with Christina. Both of them joined the conference. However, we cannot change their mode into presenter mode, and we don't have connection with Yuri or Kristen on the WhatsApp or any acoustic feasible way. So perhaps we will try to connect to them later and provide a recorded session. We'll see what will be available. All of the presentations will be made available on YouTube. So unfortunately, we cannot. I will try once more just to be sure to convert the Christine account into the presenter, but on the way the Teams reacts, I can see that nothing will happen because it's only saying changing role is ongoing, but at least not at the end nothing happens. Because when it worked, it displayed the warning, are you sure that the role will be changed? And now it is not displaying anything like this. So I suppose it will finish with no results. So perhaps to go on with the conference, I will try to present my presentation now. One moment, because I have had to do some reorganization to present my presentation. Give me a moment. Pardon. Should work, at least if if the thunderstorm won't disturb us. So my name is Derek Paradowski. I will introduce myself shortly. I'm working in National Library for almost 25 years. From the beginning, I was almost from the beginning, I was connected to digitization, and with first years of growing scale of digitization, I was involved in almost every kind of activity connected with it. As a chief of IT department, IT systems division, not IT department, which is much bigger. And then I proposed a system, and instead of doing it manually and recording on CD, I'm now smiling to Niol and Gediminas, as they showed proudly CD with recorded data. We did so. We have had a storage room for written CD and DVD, and after I noticed that the amount of discs grows, and I understood that it is not a long-time preservation tool, I proposed a system. Then we began creating it, and nowadays it's fourth generation, completely different, and I would like to talk a bit about it. So what's going on with the control? Okay. So the system in Polish is called Repozytorium Cyfrowe Biblioteki Narodowej. I say it because I will use the abbreviation RCBN, which is National Library Digital Repository. It has many services, of which some of them are Polona for libraries. This is software as a service for libraries from whole of the country. Any library, any public library can use our system as in a way of software as a service, and download on. They need only scanning infrastructure, and everything else is done in the cloud by us. So we provide the computer power, the processor power, and the storage capacity, and the software to manipulate the data. Poland for Publishers is the digital legal deposit software. Poland for Scholar is support for doing academic research with the data stored in the library. And then Digital Library Polona is the most visible because it is the publicly available digital library. To add to it, there is, for example, Academica, which is a digital interlibrary loan, also serviced by the National Repository. And I will talk about it in a few minutes. So our library, Digital National Library, other libraries, publishers, scholars, and so on, will use will serve as two sources of digital objects, digital materials, and this is digitization and Born Digital. As that comment is not necessary, we digitize a lot, and other libraries do so. But also sometimes they gather Born Digital materials, and we get a lot of that materials from the publishers. And both of the sources go into digital repository. We provide workflow support so that people are users are advised what would be next step. And I must add that we are currently in the transformation and the migration of functionalities from the version 3 to generation 4 of the repository. with the completely different architecture, the microservices architecture. And well, it's a challenge, I must admit. Still not every functionality is of the old repository, the so-called old repository, is replicated in new one. However, it has some advantages too, the new one. And it doesn't matter old or new, the repository does all the transformations needed. Here, I will talk about it a bit more later, but by transformation, we understand, for example, conversion of the original high quality scanning files to the presentation scans that are smaller and easier to transmit through the internet, and other transformation that or generations that are ongoing are completely made by the software. That means the operator only asks, only defines what actions should be done. He doesn't touch files by hand never. And the repository has a subsystem of long-time preservation, and I will speak about it in a few minutes. Then a repository has the API, and the front application is written so that it allows public users to watch the data, watch the assets, and make collections and so on, make notes, and use the huge amount of data that is stored in the repository. And then, as I said, digital interlibrary loan that changed the way, the quality of the interlibrary loan. Usually it took days, if not weeks, to get the copy of the book or the article into the library, which is far away from the National Library. Nowadays, it's just online in any library. In 4,000 libraries in Poland, we can use watch the objects that are under the copyright. Because in digital library, you can see the public domain or licensed material, and in the digital interlibrary loan, you can watch the objects that are under copyright. And then we have OpenAI API, so that anybody can write his own interface, and we are talking with some institutions that they want to use it in this way. This is still ongoing. The input files, as a whole, repository doesn't care what you are putting in, but the difference appears when you are going to convert, to transform to transformations. So our main point of interest is getting TIFF files, which are uncompressed, full resolution. As I am not first one on this conference to speak, possibly unchanged, untouched as they go from the scanner. Of course, everybody understands that even the scanning software does some corrections. Every camera, every digital camera does some corrections. And nowadays, even more than we could expect with the IA incorporated into cameras. Whether they are born digital and we have released of preferred formats, I mean, for example, we strongly prefer PDF over docx because of its long-time preservation capabilities. I mean, in future versions of software, these documents may look different. That has this decisions to have preferences, of course, has also disadvantages. but we discussed it a lot, and these are the results. The derivatives. Our main presentation file is multi-level TIFFs that are presented in CDragon and JPEGs for thumbnails. Yes, we thought about JPEG 2000, but as I noted during after Jana's presentation, in the time we were trying to change it, it was not suitable for us, and we still consider it as a future. And to the preservation, we put mainly unchanged input files and some of the derivatives that are costly to produce. And what are the conversions, the transformation of the data? For example, it is the OCR, which is used into which results are used in two ways. First, they are published, but only for the public domain materials. The OCR texts are publicly available. But for the copyrighted material, it is only used for the index, which is used for search, and we are not allowed by law to show even the so-called surrounding of the object, which is few words before and after the searched word, because it would be using and altering of the original copyrighted material. So we cannot. So we can only show the place where the word or phrase were found. And we also keep in the repository user enrichments, and user can make it available publicly, but on condition that he will provide us with his credentials, so that we know precisely what is his name, what is his personal number, because of possible data fraud. So that is the way that we would like to avoid it. And the storage for now, at last. Storage for now in the repository is done in two ways. For the database and temporary files, which are created during transformations, we use classic disk arrays with disks in RAID 5. It is one old array, and RAID 6, which provides good security for the current used data. Most of the capacity is also, of course, provided by rotating disks, but some transformations, for some transformations, and in near future for database, we would like to use solid-state disks, from obvious reasons that they provide faster data accessibility. Not always faster transmission, because a huge array of rotating disks sometimes gives a comparable throughput. And all of our data infrastructure is in the fiber channel and a full infrastructure mode. And for all data disk arrays, we have proactive errors detection. That means the producer of the array calls us that he wants to bring us new disk, because he predilects possible damage before it happens, and can harm the data. But for the content files, we use disk servers. I mean, a typical rack servers with one small, relatively small 1 terabyte solid-state disk, and usually 12 huge, over 10 terabytes hard disk drives, rotating drives, which are covered by the Ceph file system. It's open source, of course, and are available for the repository system through the S3 protocol gate. And this is a completely different approach than it was in the third generation of the repository, where we used a black box solution provided by the some of the hardware company. And at the beginning when we were speaking about tenths of terabytes, it was working quite well. But with growing over 100 and over 500 terabytes of data, it started to be slow. And even more important, it started to be enormously expensive. So we turned to the Ceph file system. It wasn't without, one says open source is free, but the support is not free. And we experienced what it means in real life because we have had to do a migration of a freshly created, relatively new created cluster, because the first administrator forgot about single simple parameter and made the cluster unresponsive. So many weeks, few months of migration, just because simple lack of competence. So be aware, if you're using open source, have a good specialist. But now we are very, very happy of the system, and it works without problems, and we can grow it without watching what is the provider of the hardware. We don't have such a case when we are bound to one producer of the disk array, for example, because we can connect, we can hide under the Ceph file system. We can hide any any server by any producer. Works. And now storage for always, forever. I will say a bit longer about it. First, we created requirements for the system when we noticed that well, storing for now is not enough, and is a lot not enough. We defined. I have some problem. Something's going wrong with the computer. Hope will be faster than that. So safety is obvious requirement, but we defined it in more detail. The data must be readable outside the archive environment, and the ability to read must not depend on a single manufacturer. And all the data should be in the recognized standard. It must be stored in well-documented format and readable by many popular readers or drivers. And metadata must be human readable. Of course, to a possible extent, you need computer to read the metadata stored in digital form. Safety, again, a damage the requirement was that the damage to the part of the data must not prevent access to undamaged data, because we analyzed and have been analyzing solutions provided by some, to tell you the truth, two big providers, one huge provider, producer, and unfortunately, both of these solutions had there was a situation that when you damaged a single disk, for example, it would disturb many other disks, data that localized on many other disks. So we assumed that we don't want such a situation. And the storehouse must be easy to transport in case of danger. You know, transporting the disk array is not the best thing you should. This is the thing you should avoid. Migration should be easy feasible because, of course, perpetual migration is must for digital preservation, but it must be sensible. You cannot exaggerate with it, and the carrier should be durable. The capability of doing it with high performance is an obvious thing. So we assumed we need the horizontal scalability and high capacity. And we need separate bit preservation system. We expect a low cost per capacity per byte per byte, and of course no expensive capacity license, because that was what was a nightmare with the black box commercial solution. And of course low energy consumption. Even in those times, the energy was, it was 3 years ago, it was not so, the price was not so high as it is today. A technology stack that fulfilled this requirement is as follows. We chose the magnetic tape because it has decades of experience of being on the market. It has predictable shelf life, and it is almost immediately ready to and easy to transport. You just put out the tape of the drive, and you can put it into the box. You don't need to warm or cool it for a long time. It's enough to have an hour of currency time to go with it. And it is very scalable and horizontally scalable by multiplying drives types to be multiplying to receive multiplied efficiency and capacity. And of course, cost of electricity is incomparable to any disk array, because only cost of single tape in one drive is generating as electricity, and the robot arm is forgettable on the level of electricity costs. Then we looked at the open standard. The open linear tape open, because types and drives may be produced by different manufacturers. They were compatible with each other. It provided high throughput and high capacity of single carrier, and were produced for many years, always compatible 2 generations backward. And of course, provided low cost per byte. Looking for the time. And then also open standard linear tape file system, because again, data exchange between different producers and big hardware manufacturers provide open source software drivers, so that we don't have black box on the whole line from the input to the magnetic tape. The every transformation of data is visible for us. And this standard was adopted as an ISO standard. Then we used metadata encoding and transmission standard as metadata container, well maintained by the Library of Congress, and well-defined documentation, of course, available under Creative Commons. So again, being open on every part of long-time preservation system. And now the definition of open archival information, definition of archival information package, according to standard of OAIS reference model. The identification of the system is the first number that appears on the package, the timestamp, the unique identifier of the digital library object, the item, all metadata structured in XML mats. Well, it is human readable, as I noted earlier, and selected digital content files of the objects. As I said, all source files untouched, unchanged, and those derivatives which are costly to produce. And of course, checksums. We keep checksums and 3 different systems so that we can compare them to one to another. And the rules. The AIP package is a single tar file containing single folder with METS file and subfolders with different content types. We don't. You can put the content files by thanks to encoding them in base 68, but it is inefficient. We consider it inefficient, so we just put everything into tar file. Each entire AIP package is recorded on a single tape cartridge. It makes provides this requirement that if in case of damage, any other objects are untouched. And the AIP package is fitting single tape is prepared on the disk buffer and recorded at one time, so the whole tape is filled with a single load. So this is for faster, and at the same moment it enhances durability of the tape. Once tape is written, it's never changed. We don't have delete or change command in the system. It led to some conflicts with some data providers because they wanted only temporarily to store data in our repository. That will happen once or two. And we said, okay, we can present them publicly in our digital library for the time we agreed, but they will stay forever in the archive. And at the beginning, it was a matter of some discussion, but after we ensured that we will never show them publicly, we keep them forever in the repository, in the long-time repository, because we don't have how to delete them. Well, of course, we can take the tape and burn it, but we will damage some more data than we want. And of course, it is not expected acting. Only addition of the important consequence, if a change is applied to the object, the new version of the package is archived. But to avoid very frequent changes, only addition of new content to the object is considered a change. Any other modification is reflected into the database, which is periodically archived separately. So this is a balance between frequent changes and being sure that nobody will damage the data already saved. These ideas can be used also in a small organization without infrastructure that we put it on in our case. However, we completely automated the whole process and all the requirements. We wrote the software by hiring software company and mainly using open source software. All software is open source, or we use software that we have license to. So nothing is hidden from us. We know every phase that the data is transformed to the tape. We have 3 instances of the archive, and in the first archive, there are 2 types, 2 tapes written with each object. So we have 2 copies in archive 2, which is geographically distant, about 15 kilometers from the National Library. And we have instance N, which is in the cloud, in the government cloud, and we don't know if it is on the tape library or any other means of recording. But we adopted the archiver, the governing part of the archive, to cooperate with the government archive. We have self-healing functions with many parallel processes can be processed parallelly, so that realizes the assumption that the scalability is vertical. Well, this is some technical. Oh, I have a few minutes. So this is we arranged a special buffer requesting mechanism to avoid the deadlock, so that in that way we don't have because we have everything doing by the archive is done parallelly. So the process should easily might easy use all the place on the disk array. So before doing any write command, each of the instance reserve space to be sure that the data will have the enough space to be written. Also, writing objects on the tape is optimized, so that because we are keeping all the object in one piece on the tape, it might easy go to the usage, to the small usage of tape capacity. So we especially prepare biggest files at the beginning of each tape, and then if the file is not fitting the tape 1, it's waiting for the tape 2, and during this time, small objects are put on the tape 1, for example. Important note, the repository system is keeping the data and allowing the data, each object to be transformed, changed, and rearranged in any way, and it is still not transmitted to the archive. After last action done on the object, we wait, the archive waits for the defined time, usually it is 3 weeks, before taking archiving action. So that is to avoid unnecessary usage of tapes. Sorry. And sometimes, if the object is waiting too long, not fitting on this algorithm on the single tape, it is written without making this rule fulfilled. There is a self-healing procedure. During the reading of any package, there is a checksum, and there is also an automated crawler, let's say, going through the data with defined speed. And if from any of these two sources the checksum difference is noticed, the automatic self-healing procedure is being run. That is, tapes are being this object that is damaged is being read from other archives and from other copies, and the tape is signed damaged and is being written again after completing the data from other tapes. We don't put too many. This is our experience that it happened some time ago that a damaged drive damaged many tapes. So we don't put too many tapes. For example, not more than 20 tapes at once into the tape library. The result, a solution used in National Library, the overall cost of data storage is 10 times smaller than the former commercial solution, 10 times cheaper. Every tape from the archive can be read without any knowledge of how our system, our archive is constructed, what is the database structure or anything. You can just connect the tape drive to the notepad, to the notebook, and read the tape. And using open source software, you can read all the data. So that is all about the long-time preservation for forever and for the storage for now. I appreciate your being with me, and if you have any question, you can write it in the question and answers section, but I can see that Christina from National Library of Romania is sending signals that perhaps it's okay. So I will try to. So I thank you for listening to me, and I will try to connect to Christina. But I don't know. Can you raise hand, please, Christine, if you are among the... Oh, yes, I can see you. Oh, yes, it is Christine. So I'll try to change your account into the presenter. Oh, it looks it worked. That's great. That's great. I can see you. Still, I cannot hear you, but I
Can you
suppose.
hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can see you. Oh, that's great. Hello.
Hello. We have some problems with connection, but now it's okay.
It's great. Oh. So, I suppose we are, because I tried to be detailed because I didn't want know that we will succeed. Well, Christina is working for the National Library of Romania and is head of IT systems and digital resources department at the library since 2021. So to go into the merit, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Can I share my my file, my presentation file?
Yes, please.
I don't see. You can see my share?
No, I can see you from the camera. You have to use the sharing button, which is next to mic icon. You have to share your desktop.
All screen, yes?
Yes, all screen or the. Oh yes.
Now
oh, yes. Great.
you can see.
Yes. Now you should run the presentation.
Yes, you can see my presentation in slide. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm really glad to invite me in this conference. And my presentation is about digitalization and obstacles and long time preservation in our library. As you can see, digital preservation involves both bit preservation, logical bit, physical bit, and a logical preservation, because one side is necessity to preserve the digital object, and the other side is the need to preserve in the long run the document usability. So the digital preservation, here are a definition, here are two definitions, and we can say that combines policies, strategies, and action to ensure access to digital content over time. Here are a schema with strategies, politics, procedures. In center is digital objects, legal framework also. Long time preservation, we try to offer a permanent access to digital materials, at least to the information contained them in the indefinite period. And we try to combine action to preservation repository to ensure that electronic records are accessible, usable, understandable, and trustworthy over technology generation as long as may required. And I identify some challenges of digital preservation to our library, to National Library of Romania. One important challenge is technological obsolescence. Digital content relies software, hardware environment that can be unsupported. Another challenge is bitrate, the physical decay of storage media over time leading to data corruption, requires migration to new media. And inadequate staff skills. Managing digital preservation requires specialized expertise, which can be difficult to obtain. And finally, financial constraints. It's a very strong challenge because cost for staffing, storage, tools, and migration, and we have limited budgets. Securing funding is an obstacle too. So, our library have digital transformation politics, and here are a roadmap of important 5 points in our politics. 1 is assessment and planning. 2 is technology upgrade. 3, cultural change. 4, customer and process optimization. And finally, continuous improvement. All of these points are very important in our politics of digitalization. In our digital preservation in the National Library of Romania, I present here some information about our data storage, the number of digital objects, as you can see, the total amount storage. This about 75 tera of storage. Monthly, we store 500 mega to up to 1 tera, and we store our file, our master preservation file, on local storage in an on-prem solution, and the content is mostly in text, audio, video, graphical content. The work file, we have online file named as the work file. This work file are stored only on-prem, local storage, on NetApp storage solution. But for master files, we have a hybrid solution on-prem and in cloud with Microsoft Azure provider. So, because we have a hybrid solution, I present here a comparison on-prem versus cloud with some important aspects like data location, infrastructure ownership, management responsibility, maintenance, upgrade, security, scalability, cost, and accessibility. In one side, you can see the major responsibility is on National Library of Romania, on our IT team, and the other side in cloud solution, major responsibilities is for cloud provider, Microsoft Azure. But is most convenient solution, this hybrid. Also, you can see here, I present for on-prem solution and for cloud solution advantages and disadvantages. For local storage, advantages are full control, enhanced security, and no internet required, but internet is all around. And a disadvantage on on-prem solution, it's high cost, maintenance responsibility, in our part, in iTeam library, limited scalability and data loss risk. But fortunately, we do not have any loss data. We are very careful about this risk. And for cloud advantages, we have flexible capacity, anytime, anywhere access, lower upfront costs, and infrastructure is not in our part, is managed by provider. As disadvantages, requires internet, not a big disadvantages, requiring cost, security risk, and limited control. As you see, challenge for a hybrid approach, extra resources, staff training, operational costs, maintaining on-premise storage, increased costs, and security, we need extra cloud security measure. This is our important challenges. Here I had wrote comparison on-premise and cloud storage, two aspects like the data location, control, security, scalability, costs, accessibility, data ownership. That is important aspect because ownership in on-prem storage is our library, or on cloud if we have lost the subscription, the data is problematic to recover from a cloud. Our digital national library use a digital system. Even we think about to achieve Rosetta, we use now digital. Digital is full function of a digital asset management system, contains module design to the technical function of a digital library, repository for digital objects, management of collection according to the category and formats, and can be used as a standalone system or can be integrated with Aleph. Aleph is our integrated library system. Here are the architecture, system architectures. A digital preservation system with a OAI reference module with a trusted repository. It's built to contain the Atomic Unite-like files and digital entities. The file is in a container of digital entities like MEDS. Our library uses MEDS for digital libraries. And in the system, there is a clear separation between metadata and streams. Relationships are managed through the repository. So we have there is workflow in the system, in our system. In the center, you can see DigiTool that is connected to NetApp storage solutions, local solutions. Daily, we have backup of the system on local storage, and for disaster backup for disaster, we have cloud, Microsoft Cloud. Also, librarian sends to the system metadata in MARC formats with complex object complex and METS objects. DigiTool is integrated with Aleph and with external libraries from our country or for other country, like Library of Congress. And the other hand, on the right hand, you can see resource discovery on web. Through the final end user can access the content, the digital content, access the metadata, and search the information. System function of the DigiTool, most functions are based on web-based modules. Most important is resource discovery module is the public web interface where end user access the collection and digital objects. The management modules consist in tasks for managing the repository, maintaining and cleaning the system, editing configuration files, creating user submission forms, add, edit, metadata files. There is a approval module allows staff to review user submission and approve or reject submitted materials. The collection management modules allow staff to create and organize virtual collections for end user access. The repository modules is intended for use by end user to submit their materials. And the web ingest module is used by staff to upload digital objects and metadata to DigiTool. So here are the roles in the system. We have server administrator roles. We have a system administrator roles with installation, system file settings, create and modify access rights and privileges in systems. We have an editor roles with our librarians from Department of Digitization. Our librarians create metadata, transfer metadata from Aleph, and create digital objects. And finally, end user role. End user access metadata in digital objects through web resource discovery, access the bibliographic, administrative, or technical bibliographic metadata. Can the system allow the user to search, to select, to retrieve digital object? Also, end user can access protected digital content with copyright, only view rights from special arranged space in our National Library. Because we have some archives with copyrights. So this is the general systems. A system that supports multi-user and multitasking operations. A system that have a database management in Oracle, Enterprise Oracle, with a standard base, XML, ODBC, MARC format, MARC 21, Dublin Core. We have MARC 21 in DigiTool, UniMARC in Aleph. The system creates a conversion between these two formats. So Digital is integrated with ZEIT 3950 clients that allow us searching and retrieve of bibliographic records from another ZEIT server. System allows the library to create our own administration systems, and system ensure the security of the database, control access based on user and password, types of records, types of actions, definitions of user labels with possibility to configure these labels and rights. So, repository, this repository can storage and management of digital objects, is a standalone component. File storage can be done local, remote, or controlled by rules. Our metadata is stored in XML files depending on the type, descriptive or technical. Repository can decomposite or composite objects like METS type. As you see, is a good repository. The ingest module can be shared between several digital objects. The workflow have the course like enter the name of the activity, schedule, time, run, select another, then select the type of transformer, task that are to be executed. In background are form task chain, and then we select the digital entity template and check the parameters. We select the location of the file or upload files, and finally send to the server our activities. Our digital support approaching metadata in DC, MARC, and METS object. MARC types metadata are transferred directly from Aleph system to Digital. In Meditor module, we edit metadata. Main functions of this module are to create templates, module contain the control rights. With this module, we edit rights control, allow viewing of the objects during cataloging, create repository for an external user with rights in this regards, ingest from the repository, create ingest, create index and access rights, descriptive metadata, MARC and double core. We have technical metadata in Meditor, preservations, metadata, metadata with object, and metadata with access rights. Finally, digital entity. Digital entities store and decompose from a persistent and unique identifier called PID. Metadata of various types like administrative, descriptive, technical, and that data flow and relationship with other digital entity. Digital can generate a simple object, has now a simple object that has no internal structures, or a complex object which has an internal structures, such an issue of a journal that consists of a cover, preliminary page, articles, and the back cover. Another major are collection management. Collections are organized in three structures for navigation. It can be created in one of the following types: node containing sub-collections, detail with individual articles, logical, which is updated by systems automatically based on the predefined search process. And finally, resource discovery. These are some capture of the resource discovery screen with simple search functionality for first-time user, with advanced search functionality for experienced user. It allowed collection, explore collections, object view, user registration, MySpace with personal data management, and digital objects and metadata can be discovered by common search engines such as Google, Yahoo, Bing, and whatever. Another important aspect, it's the interoperability and data exchange. Here is a schema. Interoperability is by Z39 gate architectures with Z gate gateway or target and a gate with an PC server. Digitools allowed this protocol. Also, we must remind the OAI standards to transfer or to retrieve data between two different systems. So, Digitool can be each system can be integrated under any resource discovery type search engine that brings together under a single search platform resource located in different systems. Possible that Digitool allowed an integration with OCLC, WordCat, Google's Analytics, Google's Books, and any other like this. Our libraries have plans, we have policies, we have disaster recovery plans, but measures, I remind system maintenance, system upgrade, server and network maintenance, storage, on-prem solution and on cloud, backup systems, restorations in case of disasters. The system backup are with system files and database backups is made from the virtual machines with a daily frequency. The backup are stored on-prem on a NAS storage. Disaster backup is performed weekly from the virtualization host. And in cloud, we have backup copies of all digitized collections access to the frozen archive, because in the cloud we have a frozen archive. Access to this archive of safety copies is achieved instantly by a dedicated platform, and the download is up to a maximum 6 hours, depending on the size of the archive. The size of the file we want to download. So we have future plans. Currently, we are in process to migrate in a governmental cloud both system storage, online file storage, and long-time preservation storage. We think about a cloud containerization solution in order to cloud migration. We also consider Rosetta digital product software solution or similar. Ex Libris stop, as you know, the digital system development, and they do not offer maintenance anymore. So we must migrate in cloud with new product. And governmental cloud is free for us and free only for public institutions in our country, and will offer us all the Azure's cloud advantages with not we maintain the Azure clouds as disaster safety copy, but the maintenance of the system cloud in governmental cloud will be done by special services, special telecommunication of Romanian services that we think is the best solution for us. Thank you for attentions, and
thank you so much.
Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much. Well, that was a huge part of information, huge portion of information. Oh, thank you very much that you've said so much about the structure and the details about your systems. And I'm so glad that at the end we've managed to connect from both sides. That's great.
Thank you too. I'm glad too.
That's great. I cannot see any question appeared. Perhaps it's late. That's why people stopped asking questions. Okay, I cannot see. I can see, no. However, I suppose this is very complicated. I have one question. How big is your staff? How many people?
Our staff is not big at all. We are 7 people.
Oh, wow.
7 colleagues.
Great. That's great.
7 with me.
7 of you. Great.
But very good people.
Great. That's fantastic. Fantastic team. Great. Thank you very much. I have one question hanging for Christina. That was great presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a nice day. Have a nice day. There's one question. Yes, thank you. Stay with us for a minute because there is one question to Michael Day, and that is the question is: what was the main reason behind moving from ISO 16363 to Core Trust Seal? And could you briefly, quickly answer that question so that it will be recorded?
Thank you, Darius. I hope I won't take too long to answer this. I think the main reason we had, so we were doing two different things with the processes. So we did the initial ISO 16363 self-assessment in 2015, and that was primarily to engage our senior managers in the organisation with the work that we were doing, so try and identify any gaps that we needed to fill. So that fulfilled that particular aim. But then 5 years later, when we were looking at our repository migration project, we wanted something we hoped would be a bit lighter touch for being able to benchmark the repository system as it stood at the time, so that we could then go back and repeat it each time. So it wasn't so much that we dropped ISO 16363 and then replaced it with Core Trust Seal. It was more that we used them for different purposes within the organisation, and there's no reason why we wouldn't do another ISO 16363 self-assessment again in the future. I mean, I think it's clear to say we're not looking for certification. I don't think that would benefit us particularly, but we use it for identifying gaps or for benchmarking. I hope that answers that question.
Sorry, I have no mind. Yes, I suppose yes, and especially that you said that it's not throwing away, but it is a consequence of different capabilities of which, yes. Well, thank you that you stayed with us so long. I would like to appreciate so much all the presenters. In spite of technical problems, we've reached almost all we've managed to present almost all presentations. Thank you very much for using your precious time to prepare presentations and show them and commend them to us. Thank you very much for staying with us. Most of the presenters stayed all the day with us, so it is enormous thing, and on with the conferences held on site, hardly ever happens, because presenters tend to discreetly leave the room, and you are almost all with us. Thank you very much. Thank you for great appreciation I must address to our auditorium, to all the people that signed and listened to the presentations for so many hours. I hope that both for the auditorium and for the presenters, the knowledge that we were able to listen and watch, that will be fruitful and will result in better understanding of long-term preservation, and it will affect in the culture available for next generations and the better humanity. If I can define such a wish for future. Thank you very much. I wish you best afternoon and a nice evening. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Big round of applause to all the attendees, to the presenters.